Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to our July 12th City Council meeting. In the interest of government transparency with regards to deliberations and decisions made by the City Council and according to open meeting law, since this meeting was posted as a Zoom meeting, this meeting is recorded by video and audio and will be conducted by remote participation. Additionally, all votes taken by the City Council during this and future remote meetings will be by roll call vote. And if you're calling in on a phone, you can press *9 to request to speak. If you are watching on a computer or device, there is a raised hand button that you can tap or press to request to speak. Please use either of these options during oral communications to be recognized to speak. Before we introduce the first order of business, I'd like to introduce the City Councilors and City staff who are present, and I will just call your names in alphabetical order. Gilman, that's me, Ward 4 City Council. Councilor Gross.
Yep. Hello.
Councilor Grow. Councilor Majota.
Hello.
Councilor Memhard. Councilor Nolan.
Present.
Councilor O'Hara. Present, Jamie.
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill.
Here.
Councilor Worthley.
You look a little foggy, Jamie.
So we have all 9 councilors here, so that's great. And I'll introduce city staff that's on the call. Filling in for Joanne Sinos tonight is our Assistant City Clerk, Grace Poirier. Grace, welcome. It's nice to have you here. And we also have Kenny Costa, who is our auditor. We have Jill Cahill, who is our CAO, and we have Greg Catamatori, who's our planning director, as well as the interim community development director. And we also have John Dunn, who I saw, and let me go to the second screen to make sure I got everybody on city staff. I see that we do. So I will ask Madam Clerk for our first order of business.
That is oral communications.
The public shall have the opportunity at every regularly scheduled meeting to be heard under oral communications on matters not appearing on the agenda. Oral communications shall allow any resident who has a request or complaint of any nature relative to city business to appear before the council, state their problem without debate, and the matter shall be referred to the proper agency through the office of the mayor. The resident will be notified within a 2-week period relative to the disposition of same, and a copy shall be forwarded to the City Council. Persons speaking under oral communications shall be limited to 3 minutes each. The City Council President shall not allow complaints as to individual performance. So at this point, I'd like to see if there's a show of hands of anyone that is on the call that would like to speak in public comments tonight who is not on the agenda. I see 4 right now, so we will start with Grace. Do you want to just bring the first person in, and we'll take however you see them. I see Olympia Palazzola has been brought in. Louise Palazzola, would you introduce yourself and your address? And you have up to 3 minutes to talk to the council. Welcome.
Thank you. Louise Palazzola, 57 Western Avenue. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
A lot of noise outside my house, so with traffic. 2 things I wanted to bring up. I spoke in oral communications last time you had a meeting about the parking during events. And I talked to Bobby Ryan yesterday actually, and asked him what we need to do to change the ordinance that's there. And he said I needed to go to Frank Majota, and I called, but I didn't hear from you today, Frank. So it was kind of short notice to call. But there's something that needs to be corrected. And Bobby Ryan said, from the Traffic Commission, said it has to go before the whole city council again and go to O&A and all that. So I'm asking Frank if he will bring it forward. And I have the numbers. I think I left them to him. It's GCO Chapter 22-285 under E. So that's all I have to say about that. And then the other comment I have is that for years, we have talked to the city council and been told that they are going to put a stop sign as you come out of Railroad Avenue, Maplewood Avenue, to the intersection of Prospect Street. And it's been talked about several times, and I thought it was approved several times. And from what I understand, it has to go before the council, and then it gets referred to a traffic commission, and then they just have the right to put the sign up. This has been going on for probably, I'm going to say 6-7 years now, and that sign never gets put up, and that the traffic there gets worse and worse every single year. So I'm just asking that you can see if you can get that sign up. And I think you guys know where I'm talking about. As you come out of Maplewood Ave, the cars cross over all different ways towards Prospect Street. So if you're on Maplewood Ave and you're coming out of there, everyone seems to say the same thing, that that sign needs to be put there, and in years it hasn't been put there. So that's my second comment. If you can please do something about that. It's a dangerous intersection. They come flying through there and they don't care who you are. Okay, that's it.
Great, thank you, Louise, appreciate it.
Madam President, may I say something, please?
Sure, go
Okay.
ahead, Councilor Majota.
Right. Sorry I wasn't able to return your phone call, but I will be able to call you tomorrow. And if you want to meet up in person, I'm more than happy to meet up in person tomorrow. That way we can talk about the sign and the parking situation.
Terrific. Thank you, Councilor. So next, I see four more hands raised. So Grace, Madam Clerk, would you bring one in for us? Grace, do you want to make me a co-host as well?
You are a co-host.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And I brought Jill in, but she needs
Okay.
to unmute.
Okay, great.
I am muted.
Okay, would you introduce yourself and your address? And you have up to 3 minutes to speak to council on matters not on the agenda. Thank you.
Yes, hi, this is Jill Ortiz. I live at 12 East Main Street in Gloucester, which is right across the street from Parker Street. And I have a new noise complaint issue that is going on Friday and Saturday nights. There is a new food truck. The food truck is called Last Call Taco Stall. And he believes he can open from 10 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. He actually stayed open until 2 p.m. I have pictures of a long line of people causing all sorts of noise. The bar lets out at 1 p.m. and they just migrate over to this taco stand now. And I hear every F word and S word, and I cannot sleep at night. Putting up with Pratties is one thing, but now I have to put up with this taco stand. And Pratties has to close at 1 p.m. I don't understand how this food truck can stay open. So I don't know who to address this issue to, but it's got to stop. I have Yankee Clipper that, they're a fishing unit, and they start fishing at 5 a.m. So I've got traffic coming in front of my house at 5. I can't go to sleep until 2 a.m. I'm exhausted.
Thank you, Jill. I'm glad that you came to council to chat about that. So thank you. Okay, next on the call is, let me make sure I see. We have Marianne Boucher. Marianne, welcome. And we like you to introduce yourself and your address, and you have 3 minutes to talk to us about matters not on the agenda.
Thank you, Marianne Albert Boucher, 93 Mount Pleasant Avenue. As a Ward 1 resident, I have 2 items in regards to Ward 1. The first one is I'd like to thank the 31 neighbors out of 100 who stepped up to the plate to help fix the paving the pothole issue on Brightside and Beach Road. One would really think if a road has public access, as these two roads do, which are very active, it should be covered by the city. Barn Lane is another great example of a privately owned road with public access. And without these roads, East Gloucester would be in great trouble. Again, I'd like to thank those who graciously funded these repairs. I also would like to bring the attention of a matter that Scott Memhard, my Ward 1 councilor, brought to the attention in regards to the creek of 14,136 CFUs in regards to the bacteria a few weeks ago. And as a tax-paying citizen, I know that Rachel is working very hard, and I thank Rachel and the Board of Health for stepping up to the plate to try to get to the bottom of this, but we have spent $120,000 on a consultant for this. And I think the citizens have a right to know when they do find where this problem is stemming from. We have a right to know where it is coming from, how much it will cost to repair it. And we should, at that point, I want to make sure that we have this tested weekly after the problem hopefully is corrected. And I really would like to see an enforcement of the people out of the creek. I've gone by there and there's people still using the creek. I was in shock when I saw it on the news last night. And the people I think spoke very truthfully and honestly about what's going on. And I think that all of you as our elected officials need to really step up to the plate to make sure that these things are taken care of. We don't want anybody sick. And that's the last thing that we need as a city. And last thing we need is another lawsuit on in our city. So I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marianne. Appreciate it. Sylvie Corey or Hallie Baker? Hallie, welcome.
Hi, guys. I'm Hallie Baker. I own Turtle Alley Chocolates on 42 Rogers Street in Gloucester. And I'm just, I talked to Councillor O'Neill about requesting trash receptacles on Rogers Street. The nature of Rogers Street is so different from what it was a million years ago when I was a kid. And there's so many tourists and so many people visiting our city. And there's not one trash receptacle on Rogers Street. And so we notice in the shop that on the weekends, some of my counter people are being asked to take strangers' trash. And they definitely didn't sign up for that. And it's partially because there's so much parking down here, you know, so they're like coming from wherever and going to their car. And if we're lucky, they stop in the candy store, but if they've got trash, they have no place to put it. So I'm happy to do whatever is necessary to try to make this happen. But Tracy told me that the way to start it would be to talk to you guys. So that's what I'm requesting.
Thank you very much, Hallie. Appreciate you being here. So either Sylvie Corey or Lisa Rigsby.
This is Sylvie Corey. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I live on 28 Pine Street in Gloucester. And I have questions regarding the mosquito control in Gloucester. So we were informed sometimes in April or May at the City Council meeting that our town will have mandatory mosquito control in a form of pesticide spraying, and that we can opt out individually as a household. So in the meeting was mentioned that the citizens will be properly informed with possibly electronic signs, which will show the information and that everyone will be aware of that. But so far I haven't seen anything, and I know that many people are not informed. but I believe that city officials are aware how hazardous and dangerous this can be to us, to human health, but also the nature and the water, you name it. But so my questions are, does the city know when the spraying will happen? And what are you going to do to make sure that everyone is informed? And how the citizens will be advised to protect themselves, like staying indoors for a couple of days? And how about the parks, playgrounds, woods, beaches, and other open spaces, which may be sprayed also? How can we opt out from that if there is any option? So I just want to make sure and ask questions how the public will be educated on this issue and when it's expected it will happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvie. I'm your ward counselor if you live on Vine Street. So if you can call me tomorrow, I'll walk you through it, but you will get a response in the
It's
packet.
on Pine Street, though. Pine Street.
Oh, Pine Street. Okay, I'm sorry. So that's Ward 5? Pine is Ward 2. Okay. Thank you. So that would be Counselor O'Neill. So Tracy, if you could connect tomorrow and review that would be great. Thank you. Lisa Rigsby is the last person with a hand raised.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can hear you. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Rigsby, 3 Taylor Court. As I understand it, at the next City Council meeting, a presentation will be made by our Economic Development Director, Mr. DiStefano, regarding the local rapid recovery plan, which, to bring you up to speed, consisted of a series of focus groups and a survey sent out to businesses. As a matter of correction for Councilors Worthy and O'Neill, who were on the last ARPA listening session, and any councilors who may have watched the recording, Mr. DiStefano stated that there were 100 respondents to the survey. In fact, there were 22, 73% restaurants and accommodation and retail, which is like 16. It's my understanding that Mr. DiStefano and Ms. Cahill are looking for ARPA funds for the initiatives that they have laid forth in their LRRP final report. My primary question to councilors and our mayor is, considering that the council voted away authority to approve ARPA distribution, what will be your role and what is your role now? And what is the mayor's expectations of you? I see it as an opportunity for councilors to engage constituents to talk about ARPA and LRRP, which are largely unknown to the public even now, and ask what people's needs are and priorities, your constituents. And that includes certainly in Ward 2, our seniors. We have a very large senior community here. Much of the focus of the LRRP is on tourism. And as the only ward, thank you, Councilor O'Neill, to talk about ARPA funds and to gather feedback from our neighborhoods and community. Tourism came up one time, and that was after we were like talking and sharing ideas. So, and I also attended a community ARPA session in Ward 4, and tourism never came up. I think it's an opportunity for all of you councilors to do further outreach and education to find out what needs are, especially in Ward 2, 3, and the slice of pie of Ward 1 that is a qualified census tract. I'm not criticizing the good work of our community development team, but I see it as a starting point like some of the projects are like looking at parking, for example. This is a broader issue that definitely affects our wards. And in the year since the LRP work began, our restaurants have rebounded, and maybe some of the data needs to be updated. Several of the direct impact projects like the pop-up stores are like it's already underway, and I believe the Harbor Walk improvement. I really hope that you will, I know it's out of scope because you don't have authority, but I see it as an opportunity to look at things like parking, traffic flow, placemaking in conjunction with open spaces, affordable housing, infrastructure improvements, and definitely more public education and engagement is needed. And I would lastly ask our mayor, what is our timeline to have some visibility? It was brought up at our ward meeting that it would be great to know what projects are on the table for our ward so that we can help prioritize our most pressing needs. So thank you. And then my last, if I have 30 seconds.
I think you've gone over 3, but I'll let you ask if you keep it
thank you
short.
so much. This is a different issue, but I recently spent some time along the Annisquam, and I noted that the placement of the greenhead boxes did not match with the approved plan, and I would like to know why that is from the mayor's office.
Okay, thank you, Lisa, for
Thank
speaking.
you so much for the time. I appreciate
Okay,
it.
thank you. Denise Pascucci. It's the last hand to be raised. Denise, would you introduce yourself and state your name and address? Thank you.
Hi, Denise Pascucci, 20 Birch Grove Heights. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Awesome, thank you. I would like to read a email that I had sent to our school committee member, Melissa Texera Prince. I also copied it to the mayor, and I think I had it also, Joanne Sinos. And it's just a quick little email that I had said after today's news. Now, this was on May 24th, okay? Almost 2 months ago. After today's news of the devastating shooting in a Texas school, it brings me back to the August 25th, 2021 school committee meeting. At the end of that meeting, Member Prince asked about the back egress from the proposed East Gloucester Veterans Project. She addressed this question and Superintendent Loomis responded, "We would look into that." I would like to know if that question was answered and if a plan has been implemented. Also, I'd like to bring back on a meeting of May 21st, 2021, which is another school committee meeting, where members Favazza and Watson also asked the same question. So it's been out there that we do have an issue at that project with a second egress. And with another school shooting, it really is a very important thing that we all look into this and not wait till this building is built, because that's what they say, well, we're going to do this after the building is built. If all of you have looked at those plans, which I think you all have, is that that lot is pretty tight as far as what's in there. So there are fences, there's walls, and we have 440 students, and we have teachers, and we have workers that if there's an emergency at the front of that school or any of that kind of situation like in Texas, I think it would be a very bad situation. So I would really like to ask if somebody can address that and if there's been an answer about this second egress. Thank you.
Denise, and I'd also suggest that you go to a school committee meeting and talk to the school committee about this. So,
okay, like I said in my letter, it has been asked many times to the superintendent. So I would think it would Sapphire because he's still on the building committee. They have said they're going to look into it, but they have not addressed it to the public. So I think it's a very important thing since this May 24th shooting that it should be top priority.
Thank you, Denise.
Thank you.
Okay, so just to let everyone know, we have 18 attendees right now and 19 panelists, and I will ask Madam Clerk if you would present the next order of business.
That is presentations and commendations. First up is a presentation by Planning Director / Interim Community Development Director Greg Catamatore regarding a brief update on the open space plan and the climate action and resilience plan.
Thank you so much. Welcome, Greg, to our meeting. And
Good evening, councilors.
you're doing about 5 jobs right now, so we appreciate it, and we appreciate you coming here tonight.
Only
You
four,
have
don't
the
worry.
floor. Okay, only 4. Love you.
And if I could, I'll share my screen. I just wanted to provide a brief update, and I think we've, tried to keep the council, abreast of what's been happening in other boards, committees, and commissions, and really kind of the touch points and milestones where there potentially is additional public input or closing out, some of those efforts that will now shift into potentially implementation projects. So if I can share my screen, just have a brief presentation. Everybody can see that okay?
We can, thank you.
Okay. And I'll try to put it into slide mode and hopefully it continues to display. See it okay?
Yes.
Okay. So Greg Catamatore, Planning Director, I just wanted to talk briefly about the Open Space and Recreation Plan, and then also the Climate Action and Resilience Plan, which are in kind of 2 different phases of development. And I think I've talked about this before in terms of, showing people how to navigate and find information about these different efforts. Our website is fairly complex. There's a lot of different ways you can arrive at things, but I just wanted to also highlight, sometimes it's really easy just to go right to the center of the homepage and start typing in a topic, and you will be taken to where it's positioned on the website. So for the open space and recreation planning effort, if you just type in open space and recreation in the center there, it'll take you to a lot of information about it. And so what I thought I'd do is just kind of actually take some excerpts from the draft, because I don't want to make a new presentation about it. It was a fairly long planning process, and now we do have a draft that's near completion. I really wanted to just highlight the good work of the Open Space and Recreation Committee, and really highlight who was involved. Heidi Wakeman, the chair, Noel Mann, Dan Morris, Dave Sargent, Mark Poulin, Liam Anastasio Murphy, and newest member, Richard Quaitman. And they've continued to do some really hands-on work in the development of this plan and finishing it out. This was an effort that was partnered with MAPC, led by Courtney Lewis, who's a planner at MAPC, with support from Mark Rassicott, Ralph Wilmer, and Christian Brandt, who helped with some community engagement and outreach at the end. And I will say this was a fairly long process. It was initiated prior to the pandemic. We learned a lot of lessons being in the middle of a process as the pandemic hit. And I'll highlight some of the things that we are doing differently now with other planning efforts when I get to a discussion around the CARP. So the plan, very, very similarly has goals, objectives, and actions. This plan has been out for public comment. Public comment's been received, and we're kind of in the final stages of completion. So in the very forefront, if you take a look at this document, it's several hundred pages. A lot of that is associated with the inventory of open space. But take a look at the plan goals. I think they will resonate, I think, to just about anyone. It's very clear that everyone in Gloucester cares about open space, its protection, its also potential enhancement, and also expanding opportunities for open space and recreation. One of the real big efforts associated with this was the development of the inventory, which, by prescription, when you conduct an open space plan, you really have to kind of evaluate every single property and its potential value from an open space or recreation perspective. At times painful. We essentially went through every single property and the records that we had, either in city records, also at the Registry of Deeds, to try to identify potential conservation interests, how lands are potentially preserved or restricted. So it's a fairly robust inventory. It's really a tool that we're going to be able to use going forward as questions arise or new opportunities arise related to open space or recreation. We have a lot of information in a database at this point that's of tremendous value. And it's really the tool that was used to then apply the goals of the plan and turn them into objectives. So if you fast forward through the draft and you get to the 7-year action plan, each one of the goals, and again, I could cycle back. The first goal was to develop and direct a program of strategic preservation of open space and recreation lands using the inventory produced in this plan. Then as you move into the 7-year action plan, it takes those goals and has a series of objectives, timeframes associated with them, who might be responsible. City Council could be potentially responsible for some of those efforts as you review conservation restrictions and the like. And then also if something gets elevated to a potential project, whether it's an improvement project in a park or an acquisition of open space, potential funding sources. So kind of the status and next steps. And again, I wanted to be brief. Public comment was taken on the plan earlier this summer. It was recently reviewed at an Open Space and Recreation Committee meeting. They took some of that comment and have incorporated it as revisions to the draft, and also acknowledged some of the other comments that were made. Some of them were supportive of the effort as well. So there are some specific revisions that are going to be made that are mostly stylistic about language. It has also been forwarded to the Department of Conservation Department of Conservation Services. So it's been under review by them. Several communities produced plans this past late spring and summer. So I think we're fairly close and in the queue to receiving the feedback from the state. Also, one of the requirements is a ADA self-assessment. And again, I can't say enough for the rolling up the sleeves of the Open Space and Recreation Committee members. Essentially, open spaces that have facilities on them or recreation facilities were required to have an evaluation from an ADA perspective, and we have a wealth of information. Some of it is a little bit disheartening, seeing the condition of some of the assets that we have, but it also helps us identify potentially some near-term projects for improvement. Again, I mentioned the draft is out. We expect to have a comment back shortly. So, just in terms of next steps and time frame, probably within the next several weeks, we'll be receiving feedback from Department of Conservation Services. We will finalize and incorporate their comments and then release the final draft on the website and also kind of in an all hands distribution email for folks to see the final product. And then we'll be working with, again, all the partners that are involved in open space, namely the Open Space and Recreation Committee, also the administration. And if there are thoughts that people have about, which projects seem important to them to move forward, that committee is certainly the venue to bring those forward. And I think, there's no shortage of projects, but it's great to have all the potential opportunities in one place. So I can kind of take a brief pause and answer any questions you might have about that before I talk about the CARP planning process.
Great, thank you. So Greg, would you
stop
take
share?
down your screen
Yes.
share and so we can have a conversation.
Sure.
So counselors, any of you have questions you'd like to ask Greg about his presentation? Councilor Grow.
Just very quickly, does the council have any role in this process, or are you coming here strictly as an advisory? I can't find you on my screen.
I'm here.
There you are, over there in my corner. There we go. So what role, if any, does the council have in this process moving forward?
There isn't a specific role at this point. I think it would come at the implementation steps. There could be projects that come forward that potentially require city funding. There could be again, conservation restrictions, either private or public, that come forward. There's also potentially policy and implementation steps, whether there's amendments to ordinance or regulation that we might have that are also prescribed. So I think it's more in the implementation stage, but definitely I would say, familiarize yourself with it through the goals and the actions sections. There's a large section that's really just inventory. But it also really provides, a good snapshot of where we are, what's protected and what's not. I think that's one that's very often people see, the vast kind of lands around the watersheds in West Gloucester. Some of them are tributary and protected regulatorily because we operate a public water supply, but many of those properties that are also owned by the city don't have a specific designation. So understanding what we have, I think that the document really provides a good snapshot of where we are.
Thank you. Who else has questions? Counselors? Counselor Gross. Can you unmute yourself, Tony? Thank you.
That would help. Greg, you say we report back to the DCS. What authority do they have, or is that just a courtesy?
Now, they are the approving authority of the plan. So there are specific elements that must be included, which there's essentially a guide that's provided from the state of what needs to be included in open space plans. So they are the reviewer and approver of the plan.
And wouldn't the city council have to approve the plan before it gets sent to them?
No, it has been submitted. It's prepared by the Open Space and Recreation Committee, but the submission doesn't require the council's approval.
And do we have access? Can you send us access to the information that the DCS has, their guidelines?
Sure. I mean, the outline for how to conduct an open space plan is available from the mass.gov website. It's called the Open Space Planners Workbook. It's developed by the Patrick administration in, I think, 1991 and revised in 2001. So it's really outlines the elements and kind of the process to undergo. I can certainly provide a link to that for the council, and the information about the actual site. Again, there's quite a bit of information on the process and the development of the plan on the city website as well.
Yeah, because I just wonder if that comes with, other plans that have restrictions that the state imposes. And are we required to have one of these?
There are certain, kind of carrots and sticks associated with some of the 5-year to 7-year planning processes. We are not, a community is not eligible for certain grant funds administered by the executive office unless you have a approved open space plan. But it does not bind you in any way to any of the activities that you identify in the plan either.
Okay, good to know.
Yep.
Who else has questions on the open space plan on City Council? I'm Councilor O'Neill.
Yes, Greg, did you say this is a 7-year plan?
It is. So with several of a 5-year plan is kind of what we're used to in a lot of these planning efforts. Over time, the state, I think, as maybe they have fewer staff to review, have extended some of the timeframes before a renewal is required. And in this case, open space plans right now run on a 7-year cycle.
Okay, so that would go 2023 to 2030?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, 22 to 29, technically.
Oh, okay. This may seem like a very strange question to you, but the MAPC, I don't understand why they're in our open space plan.
We are a member of MAPC, and as being a member, we're also eligible for technical assistance. So they supported some of the outreach efforts, some of the survey development, and some of the essentially following the guidelines for the development of a plan. They just did a similar effort in Manchester, a number of communities in the North Shore, as well as they support 101 communities from a technical assistance perspective. So in a lot of ways, you can kind of think of them as kind of like a consultant firm with specific expertise or support for outreach on efforts.
How much of a role do they play in the decision-making of what happens to our open spaces?
They have no role. They're here to help and support, but the plan development is really through the guidance of the Open Space and Recreation Committee, as well as city staff and its development, and responding to the public's input on the plan as well. But they do not, they were a supporter of the development, but they don't play a specific role. There could be projects in the future that we would again look to them for support in the development of. If there was a trail project that somebody wanted to pursue and there was a particular expertise that they could provide, but they don't have any authority over the plan per se.
Okay. But the members of the MAPC, are they on the open space committee?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Counselors, Counselor Worthley. Can you unmute? Oh, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg, for the presentation and the committee's work. I know that Adrian is no longer with us, but I think she played a large role in this too. So you said you have 4 jobs. You have 5 because you're a dad too, and a good one at that. But thank you for all that you've done. One question I have is, I don't know where this intersects with the Parks and Recreation Committee. Do you even have one still? Do you have a Park and Recreation?
No, I believe that's one of the, you know, as the plan was developed, and if you look through the objectives, there's a lot of public feedback about the need of more city support and potentially staffing around recreation needs and parks and recreation needs specifically. I don't believe there's currently a Parks and Recreation Commission. And, you know, from the perspective of how things are managed from Public Works and the exact, you know, kind of, what's the phrase I'm looking for? You know, just in terms of departmental staff dedicated, that's something that I think came pretty loud and clear, that there's a lot of folks that are concerned that we need to be doing more.
So I'd like to share in that concern. And somewhere in the budget process, I lost track of this. Do we not have a Parks and Rec director in that it's just rolled into the Department of Public Works exercise? I'm not sure where that stands.
Yeah, I think, I don't know that title exists. I think there are folks that are assigned to public properties, but I don't, and obviously, you know, there is management and maintenance of parks and recreational spaces, but I'm not sure of the actual structure of how that's implemented.
So the question I'd like to ask officially is if we could send a message to the mayor's office in expectation of this plan coming forward to populate a Parks and Recreation Commission, to look at the organization from the Department of Public Works, because it'd be great to have a list of things to do, but if you don't have people to do them, it's just a list of things to do. And I just want to make that as an unofficial request that the mayor's office looks at the Parks and Recreation Commission. It's in our code of ordinances and repopulates it. And there's a lot of people who would like to be involved. And I just think it makes sense to get that started before we even have a report that's finalized. And then if there's staff people that are dedicated to that or not, we should know that and maybe plan for that for our next year's budget. Thank you, Greg.
Sure.
Thank you. Any other counselors like to speak on the open space plan? Counselor O'Neill.
Sorry. Because the city council is not involved in the decisions of the open space plan, who has the final say in what gets done and what doesn't get done?
Well, again, I think it depends on what the it is. If it's related to ordinance, then obviously it's council's involvement. If there's a project that requires funding, council approves appropriations. If there's a grant application that's made, the council approves grant filings as well as grant acceptance. So there's a fairly significant role for the council in the process. And, you know, again, the possibilities are really driven also by the public. There's a number of different ideas in the plan, but what gets prioritized and moves, you know, first, you know, or, you know, in the near term or longer term is also, it needs champions. I think that's one of the things that's clearly identified. And I think I could echo Councilor Wordley's statement. I think one of the objectives in there is to really look at the infrastructure that we have in place to support these efforts.
And I know it sounds like you're at the end of this plan, correct?
At the end of the development of the plan, but the very beginning of you know, moving forward on anything that's identified in it.
Okay, and so your meetings are open to the public and
Yes.
on the website, correct?
Yep, correct.
Okay, all right, thanks a lot.
Sure.
Counselor Grow.
Thank you. I was just thinking about what Councilor Worthley was saying. I was just looking at the website and I noticed that we have a Dogtown Preservation Commission, we have an Open Space and Recreation Committee, and we have a Stage Fort Park Advisory Committee. Don't we effectively have a Parks and Recreation Commission? We've so fragmented them now that everyone is creating this little specialized kind of fiefdom in terms of what they're looking at. Would it make more sense to establish one body that deals with the various aspects of this? I mean, the idea that we have one commission to deal with Stage Fort Park, one commission that deals with Dogtown, one commission that deals with what did I say? The Open Space and Recreation Committee, which seems like it's the umbrella organization. It seems like there's a lot of different groups that are doing kind of the same sort of work here. Am I missing something here?
Was that a question for me?
Yep, that was.
Well, I'd say there's another perfect interaction of the council. You or the former council have created all of those committees. So it is a good question in terms of how to best or most effectively deliver the services related to open space and recreation that the community is looking for. I think in the past, folks with a very particular interest and wanting to make sure that it receives the attention, new committees are formed. I think that question about, and maybe some of them have been formed because some of the services that were formerly delivered through the Department of Public Works in a more recreation oriented division of Public Works have dwindled because of attrition with budgets. So yeah. I think it really is a good question of how to really understand the expectation, the level of service that the public is looking for, and being realistic about how it can be effectively delivered.
Yeah, and I would just piggyback on that. As the initiator of the Dogtown Preservation Commission only 2 years ago, we are specifically focused on very specific issues that are relevant to Dogtown. And we work very closely with the open space team. In fact, until Adrienne left, she was sitting in on our commission as a staff member and involved with all of our meetings. So I would suggest maybe counselors, if you're interested in understanding how these intertwine, attend some of the meetings or watch a Zoom meeting so you can see the agenda and the content. But these are all good questions. I have just one question, and I think we need to go on to the second portion of Greg's presentation. But Greg, if you could, one of the things that Adrienne did really well when she was facilitating one of the open space forums was she answered a couple of tough questions about grants and what types of grants would be accepted, because grants are accepted by council. And I was hoping that you might be able to just elaborate briefly for this audience the example that she gave on that forum about why we ended up not accepting the Stage Fort Park grant, which I believe was about $400,000, if I'm not mistaken, because we learned that there were strings attached. Could you just elaborate on that as an example for the new counselors and for the public that's on this call?
Sure. And I think, as a project develops, the process that should be followed, that typically is followed, is you have a project idea and then you try to figure out how are we going to fund it, and you identify whether or not there are grant funds that might be well suited and the project is eligible for. That's, knowing what the project is that you want to do rather than just chasing after grants and trying to figure out if there's a project that's applicable. So in that particular instance, I believe that was, some of the efforts around potentially making some improvements towards Stage Fort Park. One of the grant funds that was potentially being sought had a requirement that you couldn't distinguish between public and resident parking. I know that's something that's very near and dear and important in a lot of the open spaces and beaches and parks in Gloucester. there is that local asset that people care about and want to be able to have access to. And so there's a differentiation between visitor parking and resident parking. So that in that particular case, there was going to be a requirement that you couldn't distinguish, and that grant was not accepted. And that's something, again, that we always look at the terms and conditions of any essential contract that comes with a grant. Sometimes it's related to the timing that the funds have to be expended, matching requirements, and those types of things. So it's not just go for it because there's dollars behind it. We also have to consider what the terms and conditions are.
Great, thank you. I've got more questions, but I think we need to move on. You want a final question, and then we can go to the next presentation. Go ahead, Counselor.
I just, again, wanted to commend Greg and the Open Space Plan Group. And I urge everybody here and also the public to actually take the time to look at the plan and the details of it, because we have a lot of hidden jewels in our community in terms of neighborhood assets, playgrounds, parks. Large, small Swenson's Field in the Pines here in East Gloucester. But it's a remarkable inventory, and it is clearly a very large challenge, as a number of councilors pointed out, to properly manage it and maintain them, make sure they're not falling into disrepair. It's a major challenge, and it's also a major opportunity. And I thank you all for this work, but urge you to take a look at the inventory of assets that we have, because it's unbelievable.
Yeah, and I would echo that. I attended a couple of the forums, and Heidi Wakeman is such a great leader of the open space team. And I loved how the whole open space committee looked at everyone's public comments and read what they said, and together collaborated on what they felt was the appropriate answer. So it was all done with the utmost transparency, and it was a very good collaborative effort. So I'm very grateful for that. So Greg, thank you. And we can transition now to your next.
I will make one more statement, because I did jump to, really thanking the committee members, but from a staffing perspective, Gemma Wilkins in my office also did a lot of work on the development of the inventory. And as Councilor Worthy pointed out, Adrian really kind of pushed this over the goal line in the last 3 months of really shaping up the draft and working with the committee very regularly and very intensely. But again, the committee really rolled up their sleeves, and I think they can be proud of what they developed. So I'm going to share my screen again. And I might have to jump back through to get to where I was. Oh, there we go. You got me where I was. So again, if you go to the homepage and just type in CARP, C-A-R-P, to learn about the Climate Action and Resilience Plan that's been driven by the Clean Energy Commission, another group of all-stars that you have appointed. Again, really rolled up their sleeves, did a lot of work on this plan that eventually will be out for public comment in the next couple of weeks. We use a similar format of posting it to the website, doing kind of an all-hands city email, as well as we've kept a really good email list of folks that have been engaged in the process that I'm sure are going to want to look at the draft product. There's also the web address on the bottom of the screen. So this is, again, it's kind of moved from a draft into more of a design draft that's still not finalized, but when it goes forward, it'll be a very aesthetically pleasing looking draft as well. It's not just a bunch of pages of text. There's a lot of information and infographics that'll be really interesting for folks to take a look at. Again, I just wanted to highlight Clean Energy Commission members, Chair Candace Wheeler, Deborah Darby, John Moskell, Linda Brayton, Linda Stout-Sanders, newly reappointed member Bob Myers, and Sam Zergabel. Again, just really digging in. There's a lot of information that needed to be processed and trying to prioritize potential future actions. And then from a staffing perspective, again, Gemma Wilkins really took a pretty large lead role in this, along with what we had a really great opportunity in this process to bring on 2 interns. Cami Cooper, recent graduate of Gloucester High School, and Mila Berry, who's a graduate from currently a Harvard student going into her sophomore year this fall. Really, again, I mentioned the open space plan, something that started before the pandemic and really had to pivot and adapt to the virtual environment. We learned a lot of lessons and built upon that in the development of the grant application that supported this effort. It is supported by an MVP action grant, and really understood that we're going to have to figure out different ways to reach people in kind of this virtual / just challenging environment that we found ourselves in. And also, again, MAPC, I'm saying it again, they are a technical arm that really helps support some of these planning efforts. And the 2 staff that we primarily dealt with, Van Du, who's a senior environmental planner, and Francelis Morelos Suarez, who's a fellow at MAPC, that really helped with a lot of the structure of the engagement, the community meetings that were some in person and some virtual, and also virtual with breakout groups, which was also a very successful effort. And really, to all the folks that were involved in this process, we again had surveys, focus groups, stakeholder interviews. We also tried something a little bit different called meeting in a box, which is where it's almost like train the trainer, giving people the information and how to solicit feedback, and letting them take that to their organization to provide input in the process. So this is kind of the overall format for how the plan was developed. One of the critical first steps was really doing the deepest dive that we could to understand our entire city's greenhouse gas inventory, to then use that to do some goal setting, identify actions, and then the Clean Energy Commission really rolled up their sleeves to help prioritize some of those actions. And again, we're in that final plan development stage at this point. I just mentioned this briefly. Again, there were community surveys, workshops with breakout groups. The participation was amazing. I mean, we had, anywhere from 50 to 100 people at those meetings, kind of 3 kind of peppered through the timeline. Stakeholder meetings, individuals that we knew that we had to reach, and also trying to reach folks that haven't been traditionally involved in the planning process, to try to reach out and see what their perspective might be and what they might be able to offer, and also educate them on the planning effort. Meeting in a box, which again was a successful outreach strategy, and really getting youth involved. Cami and Mila really did an excellent job. If you take a look at the plan and some of the summary of the feedback, at points with some of our surveys, I think we had more than 20% of folks under the age of 20, because they did a great job and they know how to reach their friends and classmates, and getting them to engage in the process as well. So that's one of the great lessons learned. And I think as we move forward, and we're still waiting to figure out what the state is going to tell us that we need to be doing in the public meeting setting, hopefully by this Friday. I don't think this is going away, because it certainly has really allowed us to reach people that don't always have the time at 6 o'clock at night or 7 o'clock at night to come out and provide their input. So just quickly on the inventory, this is one of the backbones. It's similar to the inventory in the open space plan. Gives you the snapshot of where we are. The year for collecting all this data was 2017, just because that was the time when there were the largest data sets. Obviously, things have probably changed a little bit as things have changed over the last 2 to 3 years. But I think it definitely shows you the bulk of where our impact is as a community on the environment. In particular, transportation is huge. It's no surprise. Whether it's car trips, whether it's commercial traffic, residential traffic, that's one of our biggest emitters. Followed by really our built environment in commercial and industrial buildings, and then finally the residential sector of just how we operate our households, with many of us still using fossil fuels, for our primary heating and cooling. So that kind of gives you the areas where the committee can kind of think about, what should we be doing about this? And I also want to be clear that the reason why we did this at this particular moment in time is, we have a climate action and resilience, climate adaptation plan back from 2015. We also have the MVP plan from 2018 that has kind of similar initiatives that were identified that were really municipal focused. Municipal assets, their vulnerabilities, and what we potentially need to do about them. This was kind of a reach back to really try to identify how everybody can participate in some way in trying to reduce greenhouse gas reductions and participate in moving us towards climate and resilience goals. So the plan is broken down into 7 particular areas. Again, the big focus might be on buildings in particular and how we can reduce our energy demands in buildings, energy, solid waste, social resilience, mobility, natural resources, and infrastructure. For each one of those 7 areas, there was a goal setting that occurred, and they're laid out in the plan, and then implementation strategies. And what the plan does is, it kind of has everything that's been identified in more of an appendix, but really takes a deeper dive into some of the priorities identified by the committee, and almost gives a blueprint of how to move forward on those particular initiatives. So it's a little bit more than just a laundry list. It's also, okay, if you want to run with one of these initiatives, how can you do it? Also important throughout the plan is the context of sphere of influence. I will not be the one that implements this plan. You will not individually be the only ones that implement this plan. There's a role for everyone to play. And it's not just municipal. And if I went back to show the municipal footprint, carbon footprint, it's actually relatively small. And we've also done a fair amount already to try to offset that with partnering on wind turbines and the energy efficiency projects that we've done in municipal buildings. So it's really kind of an all hands. If you want to hit targets, everyone has to be involved. And there's one little factoid that's a little frightening. If you really wanted to offset our entire footprint, we'd only need 56 wind turbines. That's the magnitude of the problem. It's pretty daunting. And so I think one of the other things about this plan is it's also realistic. A lot of folks say things like net zero or, completely displacing, what our footprint is. I don't think you could do it. But you certainly can take actions and know what those actions impact will be on that larger problem. And I will try to move quicker because I know you have an entire agenda. So this is what the plan will kind of break down in as it goes through the different sectors. This is just an example of mobility. Again, transportation is a huge part of our carbon footprint. Goes through kind of fairly lofty goals. And then moves into, kind of highlighting particular strategies and how they can be implemented and who would be responsible. I'd also highlight again from a feedback perspective, we had, I think, over 500 unique ideas from the community on what we should be doing about the problem, which is just an amazing amount of feedback. And again, some of them are great ideas. They might not elevate to, first priority, depending upon who's responsible for them. Again, a lot of them are self-initiative, but there's certainly no shortage of projects that the city will potentially be looking at to continue the work that we've been doing, because obviously we're a green community and participating in a lot of activities in this space, but it just kind of puts it all in one place for us to then move forward on. And with that, the next steps are the draft is being finalized probably within the next couple of weeks. We'll be posting it to the website for public feedback. And again, it's not quite as long as a draft as the open space plan, but we're definitely looking forward to, we had a lot of folks engaged, and I know that they're wanting to see the draft product to comment on. So we look forward to incorporating public comment on the draft. We'll finalize it hopefully by the end of the summer. And again, then implementation strategy, there's some roles for the council, there's roles for the Clean Energy Commission and the administration, and our department, as well as we can kind of continue to work on projects that we've had in the queue. And just a little jump start, again, buildings are one of the largest contributors to greenhouse gas emissions. We kind of knew that very quickly with the inventory. We participated in similar efforts in the past. But for people to understand what opportunities they have in their own home, we applied for funding and support with the Community First Partnership. You might recall this from a few years back in 17 and 18. It was called the Community Initiative back then. And it's really tried to get folks to engage in the Mass Save process, where they can have a free home energy audit, see what the opportunities are for them to potentially reduce their energy use, hopefully save money. There's obviously sometimes investments that need to be made, and folks have to think about that. But it's a great way to kind of understand where you are right now and what the opportunities might be for you to participate in also reducing your carbon footprint. So we'll be ramping up a campaign on that over the summer. It is a 3-year campaign. So at some point we'll hopefully reach everyone. And I expect every city councilor to, after this meeting, to go to the Mass Save website and sign up. Maybe we'll come in and film you. We're planning to do that with the mayor is going to be participating. So it's a great first step for people to understand. And you can just go to masssave.com/community-first/Gloucester, or if you even get sloppy and just type in masssave.com/Gloucester, it'll take you there. So I will stop there and answer any questions because I know you have a full agenda.
Great. Thank you so much. So looks like Councilor Grow has his hand raised.
I got so many questions, Greg, but I'm going to try to get it into like one long sentence. The first thing I would say is I'll reiterate with what he said about the mass saves. We did the mass saves. We got our house insulated. We changed all of our windows over. It was a phenomenally easy program to deal with. So I would recommend everybody take a look at that. I guess what I want to get into very quickly is, again, what is the council's role with climate action? And I see a lot of stuff is being talked about in terms of climate or fossil fuel footprint and our energy footprint. But will this have recommendations that apply to things like zoning and building regulations, and whether or not we should be looking at special council permit requirements that require solar or other sorts of kinds of uses of energy saving properties or materials in development? Should we be looking at regulating the size of new construction? I mean, I think, one of the things that we found out during the zoning process was some of these mega houses that are being built and the energy that's being used to not only build them, but also to keep them up. Is that something that we need to be continuing in Gloucester, or should we be looking at regulating the size of residential properties or other kinds of properties? I mean, are there some sort of more radical ideas that we could be looking at to address climate change, and also whether or not this means we should be looking at where we build and responding to sea level change and rising water levels? Maybe we should be looking at maybe a zone where we don't allow construction. That's a lot. Sorry.
So I'm sorry. Was there a period there? Are you done?
I'm gonna leave a hanging comma.
Yeah. Okay. So again, everything doesn't stop once we enter into a planning process. There are things that we've been discussing for a while. So there's two things in particular that will involve the council probably, I would say, inside of a few months. One of the things that was also discussed is also making sure, just at a bare minimum, that we are set up in our permitting processes and our zoning ordinance to actually promote or enable renewable technologies and resilient technologies. And so at a Clean Energy Commission meeting, I believe it was back in the beginning of, I think it was either end of May or beginning of June, there was a presentation of basically an analysis of how we can sharpen up our definitions and our permitting process around renewables. And they are reviewing that. I expect them to potentially forward that to the council as a recommendation to consider adopting those provisions in the zoning ordinance. There are things, as you know, if it's not expressly permitted, it's prohibited. We haven't come across too many examples where somebody's come in with an idea around a renewable technology or some form of innovative heating and cooling that has been prohibited. But we just want to make sure overtly that those things are addressed and they can be enabled through the zoning ordinance. The second part that you had mentioned about potentially looking at floodplain zoning or areas that are high risk. There's also discussed at the last planning board meeting and will be discussed again at the next planning board meeting next week. We have a draft language around amending our permitting process around these high risk areas. And the real big question for planning board and for the city council is how restrictive that potential ordinance is. There is a minimum requirement as a participant in the National Flood Insurance Program to have a modern floodplain ordinance that correctly identifies what the risk is, communicates that to the community so that when folks are looking at projects, they're using the proper design standards before they get to a building permit, because that certainly has occurred where sometimes folks just really aren't even aware of what the risk is and what the construction standards are. Beyond that, there are some communities that have placed restrictions in these areas, ranging from size of expansion or redevelopment standards to potentially outright banning of new construction in the highest risk areas. So those are all things that will be in front of you for discussion probably this fall. We had been working on this and also received some outreach over the spring that the state was going to be moving forward on standards in this area and potentially, as I just described, banning construction in certain high risk areas. That has not come forward yet. They said it would be in May. It's now July, so I'm not sure if that will advance. But we will certainly provide the context of what other communities have been doing in these areas to minimize the risk to future inhabitants and also to potentially have to respond to a structure that's in a high risk area during the time when nobody wants to go out during extreme storm events. So again, no requirement to conduct a climate action and resilience plan. We added the R just so it was a little fish themed. Other communities typically call them CAP plans, just climate action plans. But we again, wanted to expand it a little bit beyond just looking at greenhouse gas, reductions, but also looking at, what are we also going to be doing about, mitigation and adaptation strategies around the impacts of climate change. So all where the council will have a role.
Just a quick question. Is CARP going to exist beyond this plan once it's released? I understand it was developed out of a grant. At least that's my understanding of it. Will this continue on as an active planning committee, or will it?
Oh, so yeah. So this initiative was run, basically kind of sponsored by the Clean Energy Commission. They're a standing committee that's formed by ordinance. So they have been working in this space on a lot of initiatives. Obviously, you probably know folks that I mentioned on it and some of the things that have come out of their committee in the past. So they're, again, the roles and responsibilities are kind of spread out. There's things for individuals, the public to do, the city to consider. But I think they will kind of be also the keeper to kind of push things forward and vet things, because again, a lot of these things are also consider and look at these types of projects and whether or not they make sense for Gloucester to consider, and sometimes the answer is no. But it will kind of have essentially a work plan. Again, I think the intention from the administration, as you know, is to also staff up in this area with a sustainability coordinator. And so I kind of see this as potentially a work plan for that position as well, working with Clean Energy Commission, the administration, council, to move forward on initiatives.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councilors like to comment or ask any questions? Counselor Nolan.
Greg, thank you and all the committees for your hard work. That was an excellent presentation tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other questions or comments? Counselor Memard.
I'd just like to thank Councilor Grow for his follow-up questions to Greg, because I think that puts it in a very helpful context and sets some ambitions around it that will have real-time impacts for our role as counselors and working with the planning committee, the planning board and other groups to implement some of these things in a meaningful way for the community.
Sorry, we're all out of layups. There's no more easy decisions.
So to piggyback on what Councilor Gross said, about 4 years ago when we were approving a big part of Gloucester Crossing, I was on the P&D back then. I kept asking questions about electric charging stations, and I kept wanting the builders to be required to add some charging stations. And I remember how passionate I was that we needed to do that in order to be progressive, but yet they weren't included in our zoning amendments. So that would be a perfect example of opportunities that we can do as a council when we do best practices and learn what we should have. So it's required when builders are putting in new buildings. And I was so pleased when I was driving by the YMCA, the new Y, and I saw about 5 or 6 charging stations that were there. And we never even talked about that as a requirement. They just did the right thing. And how cool is that? But that's an example of how we can really partner when we see these opportunities and do the right things in our purview, which are the zoning ordinances. So anyway, Greg.
I would also kind of point out sometimes, there's a municipal role and there's private development and market response. I believe there's probably going to be more stations going up in Gloucester Crossing as well. And so again, there's the private development also seeing the need. I'm not sure what we would have said at the time of picking a number. Sometimes it's better for the market to respond in terms of what's needed. If we said, okay, put 2 in, and all of a sudden they put in a bank of 12 of them. So, again, I think, that's definitely a direction the state is going as well. I think we can expect to see more opportunities for expanding charging infrastructure. The state had a goal of 100,000 vehicles in a certain time frame, EVs on the road, and I think we're last at around 58,000. So that's one of those areas that if you're going to try to make an impact, we have to continue to support it with the infrastructure that's needed.
Great. So one more question from Councilor O'Neill. Go ahead.
Thank you. 2 questions. Hopefully they're quick ones. You mentioned wind turbines. You must have researched solar, right?
So it's an interesting question because, and it's a complicated one.
Roofs, they have to be facing a certain way or?
Well, it's kind of beyond that. In our particular case, we receive or the energy that's created by the wind turbine project is substantial. It can range anywhere from 85% to 100% of our municipal electric load. So just pursuing another renewable project isn't always possible because the structure is kind of set up so that communities can offset, but we weren't necessarily enabled by statute to kind of become a renewable energy generator. There may still be opportunities on municipal buildings. What it comes down to is, the financial arrangement of how things move forward, but certainly something to explore. And also there's the potential for private development of solar as well. So I don't think anyone says it's a bad idea. It's just the complexity of, how can it be enabled potentially from a municipal project standpoint.
Okay, thank you. And the electric vehicle charging stations, some vehicles don't integrate with some stations. Is that correct? Like BMW and Tesla, sometimes they don't.
I think Tesla is fairly proprietary with the stations that they create. And in some instances, when you buy your vehicle, you can always go to those and actually I think you don't even pay for it because it's part of the cost of buying the vehicle. But the stations that we have are fairly universal. And then it's also a matter of whether there are things that are faster charging stations that come at a premium, but also cut down on the amount of time that somebody stays parked in one of them. We typically have a limit of, I believe it's related to how you pay to park at the City Hall location. And then at the other locations, there's a maximum of 4 hours because we also use them for our municipal fleets.
All right, thank you so much, Greg.
Sure.
We're waiting.
We're waiting for the next step.
Okay, I'm sorry. My son is leaf blowing outside, and I can't tell him that it's not a good time. So I just had a little hissy fit, but he didn't hear me. So anyway, thank you, Greg.
That talking about leaf blowing during a CARP discussion is perhaps exactly the right thing to talking about.
Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. That's an OMG. Anyway.
Also, can I ask a quick question about, if I could? Greg, were you recommending that we put 56 wind towers in Dogtown?
Stop, Jason. Thank you for teasing me.
Have a good night.
Good night, Greg. Thank you. Thank you for all your good work. We really appreciate it very much. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
That is a presentation by Library Director Jenny Benedict regarding the Sawyer Free Library renovation and addition project status report.
Great, thank you. Welcome, Jenny. If you would introduce the team that's here with you, and we'll start with Mern Sibley, who is the chair of the board of the Sawyer Free Library. So Mern, introduce yourself, and we look forward to this.
So yes, to be official, I'm Mern Sibley, 107 Mount Pleasant Avenue. But yeah, I want to introduce myself and our panelists. There are several of us here tonight from the library, and we're each going to be giving a brief presentation on different aspects of the project. So I'm Mern, I'm president of the board of trustees of the library, and I'm going to be giving you a brief overview of the whole thing. Then you're going to hear from Simon Paddock. He is the chair of our Library Capital Projects Committee, and he's going to fill you in on details of the building design. I think you'll find that very interesting. Following Simon, you're going to hear from Jenny Benedict. She's the library director of Sawyer Free Library, and she's going to talk about the city process, and that referring to the different boards and commissions that are going to be considering the library project in the future. And finally, we're going to hear from John Dunn, the CFO for the city, and Joe Grella, who's our treasurer of our library board, and they are both going to give you an overview of the financials. So after all those brief presentations, we'll be happy to answer questions.
So may I just suggest that we do need to keep the pace up because you have 5 presenters, and so if you could just all kind of work as a team to make sure that we keep moving.
One together, absolutely. We are.
That's terrific. I know you do that very well. So thank you so much and welcome.
Great. Okay. It's great to be here. And I want to start out by addressing the general question that many of you may have, which is, why does Gloucester need a new library? And first, Sawyer Free Library is an investment in our whole community. It's open and free to people of all ages and backgrounds, so it really benefits everyone. And as you all know, Gloucester is going through significant change, and the library is key in that transition. So as the fishing industry shrinks, Gloucester is growing biotechnology and tourism to boost our economy and to attract visitors and residents. Gloucester needs to retain its young adults and future workers, and it needs to attract businesses that will strengthen the economy and foster community connectedness and support families who will build a life here. Our library is a community hub located in the heart of our city. So strengthening the library will benefit all Gloucester residents as our city heads into its 5th century. Today, the library's future is at risk due to the deficiencies and the shortcomings of the building. The library building systems are at the end of their useful life. As these systems inevitably fail, they jeopardize the continuity of our public hours and our services. The building layout compromises public safety, and it has restricted accessibility for many visitors. Finally, and critically, the present public spaces are insufficient for current uses, and they're not suited for the technology of today and tomorrow. We have a historic opportunity now to give Gloucester the 21st century library it deserves with a renovation and expansion of the facility. We have this opportunity due to a $9.3 million grant from the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners Construction Grant Program. So this award is instrumental in the overall funding of the project. The design put forward by the architects Odens Ello will completely modernize the infrastructure, will reimagine the existing interiors, and it will add 15,000 square feet of new space. The 2025 Sawyer-Free Library Plan realizes our vision by respecting our history and modernizing our building for technological advancements, new methods of learning, and new ways of sharing ideas and information. It's a vision that fosters the values of place, belonging, and connection in Gloucester. So next, I would like to introduce Simon Paddock, and he's going to tell you about the design of the new library. He's the chair of our Capital Projects Committee. So I think we can start. Simon. Simon has some pictures to show you.
Thank you, Mert, and thanks to the councilors for this time. I'm going to sort of walk you through a view of the new library, the 2025 library. This rendering shows the library from the Dale Ave, and the facade on Dale Ave and facing Central Grammar will be maintained with a redesigned entrance and Matt's Art Gallery. The entrance off Dale Ave will be more direct and allow for greater accessibility with a sloped walkway and amphitheater, and the fountain will be maintained. So we're good, thank you. Thanks, Jenny. This view highlights the new addition as seen from Mason Street. The addition features a covered entrance leading to the central atrium. Next. Here we have a cutaway view of the interior. So I'm going to walk you through it if you can stick with me. On the ground floor, entering off of School Street, which is on the right, you enter a central atrium, which allows patrons easy navigation to the community room, library history center, and digital makerspace. Moving up to the first floor, there's the revitalized traditional collections and reading rooms, study rooms, and a conference room. And then on the second floor, which is actually the top floor, we have the children and teen space with a project room. Next slide. Thanks. So one of the main features of this is welcoming entrances. So we have a plan view here of the entrance off Dale Ave. You'll see improved accessibility inside and out. This plan view shows the more direct entrance directly from Dale Ave to the doorway with a sloped walkway for accessibility and the open walkway to the Saunders House. And you can also see the maintained amphitheater there. We will be retaining the historic features such as the Sea Harvest Fountain, the amphitheater, garden spaces, granite posts, and railings. On the School Street side, continuing the welcoming entrance theme, we have a covered entrance to the library coming off School Street with a sloped pathway that leads you up past the demonstration vegetable garden, up to the amphitheater and Dale Ave. And as you know, as noted here, the library parking lot has 26 spaces. On the, let's see. So this is a view of the ground floor. Entering the building from School Street, you arrive at the central atrium, seen here in blue. This large sunny space allows you to navigate easily to the 110-seat community room, which is in red. This space can be partitioned to accommodate 2 events at the same time, and it can also be secured for community events when the rest of the library is closed. In green is the Library History Center with climate control for sensitive documents. And in yellow, the digital makerspace where community members can create audio and video productions, use computers, and take classes to keep up with the ever-changing world we live in. And moving up to the first floor. On this floor, we have the revitalized traditional library, main floor reading room with a 2-height reading area facing Dale Ave, a quiet reading room that also contains the nonfiction books, the fiction collection, and a renewed and expanded Matt's gallery, as well as in the green, a conference room. On the second floor, we have bigger and better space for children and teens. The children's room is in red. It also accommodates a reading area for story time, as well as seating area for quiet activities. In yellow is a children's project room, and the blue is the teens room, and the dark green is a teens creation center. So on this level, we have a stairway that comes up through the atrium. We also have a large elevator that accommodates strollers. And on this level, there's parking for those strollers. And the next. This is an overview of the timeline for the project. We've completed the schematic design and we're into the final stages of the design development. That should be wrapping up mid-July. Then we move into construction documents. Then it goes to bid in December with the awarding of the bids and construction February of 2023. The library will move to a temporary space during the construction phase. One of the overarching goals we've identified early in this project is that we want to make sure that we address sustainability. So our goals for this are to achieve LEED certification and to have a net zero ready building. The strategies we've employed for this is to have an all electric high efficiency heating and cooling system, to have solar electric generation on the roof, on-site battery storage, and in the end, we'll source 100% of the energy we need from renewables that's not generated on site. We will also have a rainwater collection system for irrigation of the native plantings. We're hoping that all of these will reduce our energy use intensity, which is a measurement of energy use for the building, which currently is 85, and our goal is to get it down to 30. So I tried to be quick, and I'm going to hand it off now to Jenny to talk about the city processes.
Thank you so much, Simon.
There we go. Thank you, Simon. So the design and the plans are now ready to bring forward through various city planning processes. However, the next 4 months, we will start with the Historic District Commission. The Historic Commission does govern the streetscape Longdale Avenue, and we will be seeking a certificate of appropriateness from them. We will be presenting the plans to the Capital Improvement Advisory Board so that they're aware of this project. And then also going to the planning board. The planning board will review the designs for compliance with city ordinance. And we do expect to go before the Zoning Board of Appeals and then come before council for action on any dimensional variances. Currently, we do expect that the height of the addition would be a variance request, and that would go both to the Zoning Board of Appeals and then come forward to council. On the financial administration side, there are 2 key pieces of work. One is a memorandum of understanding between the city and the library board that defines the financial administration roles of each of those bodies. And then towards the end of September, October, coming before council for a loan order. Both John Dunn and Joe Grella follow me, and they will be talking further about the financial administration. Over to John.
Thank you, Jenny.
John Dunn, are you here?
I am here. Hold on. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you, John.
Very good. Okay, so from the city's point of view, while the lawyer-free library is a component unit of the city, from a financial point of view, it is a distinct corporate entity. This makes the project somewhat complicated. The $9 to $9.3 million grant from the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners runs to the city, not to the library. MBLC grants are dispersed annually over 5 years. We also expect that some of the fundraising pledges to close the gap between the construction costs and the grant will also be received over multiple years. So that means we can expect that the project revenue will be received through at least calendar year 2027. The construction timeline, as currently envisioned, will have construction wrapping up in late 2024, with essentially all of the project costs expended by that time. You can therefore reasonably expect some amount of negative project cash flow beginning in 2023 and extending until at least 2027. This will require a loan to bridge the cash flow gap, and such loan will have to be issued by the city. There are a number of legal and financial reasons that require a loan to be issued by the city. These have been identified over much discussion with city legal, library legal, city board, city bond counsel, and city financial advisors. I will not touch on the legal issues, but the two compelling financial issues are that MLBC grant is to the city and 1/3 of the cost of the entire project, and it will be paid to the city. And secondly, when the city issues debt for public purposes, it is issued as tax-exempt debt, thus carrying a lower interest rate than taxable debt otherwise would. The plan is that once a project budget has been finalized and cash flow construction schedule has been developed, the city will issue bond anticipation notes, or bands. Bands are issued for a maximum term of 1 year. The amount of each band issue will be enough to cover the period cost as detailed in the project cash flow projection, net of any receipts in the city's possession at the time the band is issued. At each band maturity, a new band will be issued. The amount again will be determined by the project cash flow projection, net of receipts in hand. Once the construction is finished, there will be no more cash flow out. At each future band renewal, the amount will be reduced by whatever is receipted by the city in hand. This rolling band approach has a number of positive attributes. The city generally issues band debt twice in each calendar year, as ongoing projects need to be funded, and there will probably always be ongoing projects. Such band debt is generally issued in late June and then again in September, so we are already committed to the issuance costs involved in the band, and the addition of the library project will not change those costs significantly. Band debt, as a rule, carries a lower interest rate than bond debt. Band debt cannot be reduced at each, band debt can be reduced at each maturity from receipts on hand. Bond debt, however, cannot be reduced because we were scheduled to have a particular schedule for repayment of that bond debt. So if all goes according to plan on both the construction schedule and the receipt of grants and fundraising donations, the city will issue a series of rolling bans over a 5-year period with the debt reduced to zero after the 5-year period is up. Although I hesitate to inject a cautionary comment in this presentation, I must remind all that any debt issuance by the city for this or any other project is a general obligation of the city. General obligation notes and bonds of a Massachusetts city or town constitutes a pledge of its full faith and credit, and payment is not limited to a particular fund or revenue source. So what that generally means is that if something comes up in the future, either with the state budget that might reduce the commitment by the state in either dollars or timing, or that situation that may come up where the fundraising falls a bit short, this does fall to the city to repay that debt.
So thank you for those comments, John. Terrific explanation. And Joe Grella will now speak to the Sawyer Free Library financial administration piece.
Thank you, John. I guess, say off the top, we have a budget of 28 million. If somebody knows somebody or would like to write a $28 million check, all that financial issues goes away. But until that happens, here's where we're at. As mentioned, we got the state grant letter saying that we've now been accepted. And in that state grant, 9 million is for the NBLC construction, and the other 3.3 million is for green incentives. So if we hit all the green incentives, we'd get the extra 300,000. We're constantly going out for grants, and we did receive one from the Mass Cultural Council for 200,000. To date, we have about 5 million in pledges and cash on hand, which means that to get to the 28 million, we need another 12.5 million to come in through donations, grants, or bequests. So that, I don't see it here. What the total project income is 27.2, because to date, we've spent 800,000. And that's the library's money that we've taken out of our endowments, our investment accounts. And when you saw Simon's timeline, we did the schematic design, and we're into design development. So that's where that money's been going, to the architects and the construction, OPM, that type of thing. And the point I guess I want to make to sum up where we got the 28 million to begin with. When design development was done, it came in higher than we thought originally. So the committee put their heads together, did value engineering. We didn't affect the library, anything that was necessary or makes this library as great as it's going to be. But we did get the number back down to around 28 million. Now, design development will come the next couple of weeks. Maybe that number gets adjusted a little more. But for the time being, we're sticking with the 28 million. So as of now, with the 800 already spent, the total project cost is about 27.2. And to reiterate what John had mentioned, we always knew there would be a cash flow issue. Again, if somebody gives us the money up front, we never have to worry about cash flow. But because the state pays us over 5 years and pledges and donations, sometimes they put a restriction and say, we're going to give you that money over so many years. There's just no way we could have all that money on day one. So the city working with us is critical to get this done. But also, as we bring in our money, it's going right to the city. So the goal obviously is when this is all said and done, the sooner the better. The city will have not had any real cash output. We've provided back all the money that was needed to do the project. Does that make sense?
Looks great. Thank you.
Welcome.
So we'd be happy to take questions at this point from the council.
Okay. Thank you so much. That was a great presentation. We'll start with Councilor Nolan.
Thank you all for all the hard work you do. And I do have one question because it's definitely going to be the elephant in the room. A lot of this is based upon there'd be no tax money used or any expense taxpayers for this project through the articles. I do believe that you'll hit your goal of the 28 million. I'm going to help myself to put towards that. But I do want to let people know that there is a risk, obviously, after hearing from John Dunn tonight, that there's a possibility there may be some tax money used in this. But I also want to let people know that it's for the good of the community, and this is a great project, and I support it 100%.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Grow.
A couple quick questions. First one for John, if you could. This council is going to be looking at approving a loan order. Does the council approve one major borrowing and then when you do subsequent bans, or is each ban have to be approved by the council? And I guess the reason I'm asking that is because if we approve it as one borrowing over a period of time, then you don't risk a second council coming in 2 years from now and deciding that they don't want to fund this project, and then of course creating a major problem. And then the other second question I just wanted to ask, I'll just toss it out there, is so coming for the council, other than the loan orders, you're only expecting to come in for a height variance, is that correct? So I'll let John's first, and then whoever wants to do the other permitting issues.
All right, so Councilor, to answer your first question, no. What we need to do is have an appropriate loan order appropriation in place for the totality of what we think it may cost us. Yeah. So that's out there. We don't do it in pieces. We do it, up front and say that this is what it's going to cost. Everybody raise their hand.
Got it. Okay, perfect.
Thank you. And the second question on the special permitting for the council. Maybe Simon, did you bring that up?
I think Jenny was talking about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So of course, the designs and plans are subject to the review of the planning department and the zoning board. At this time, we believe that the height variance would be the only thing that would come forward to council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from councilors? Councilor Gross and then Councilor O'Neill.
This may be for John. John, since this is a private enterprise, I guess, sort of, I mean, public-private, but does this need to go through all the same laws that a public building project would need to? Prevailing wage.
Yes, Councilor. So that's, part of why this came over to the city side, because only the city can issue an agreement with a, construction manager at risk. So that's kind of why, this is very complicated. And we had to kind of have, multiple conversations with bond counsel, city council, counsel from the library side, as well as financial advisors as to, when we're going to be issuing the debt. So yeah, this is pretty well established that this is the way to go.
And the MOU is just signed by the mayor, or does it come through us too?
My understanding from a legal point of view is that it's signed by the mayor.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor O'Neill and then Councilor Worthley.
Thank you. I guess this is for John. So the city takes out a loan for $28 million and then we get reimbursed from the state and from contributors. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, and when would we take out a $28 million loan? September, October, something like that?
Well, probably, so certainly looking at the construction timeline, so money is going to be going out faster than money is going to be coming in.
I understand that.
So we have to have, an appropriation that will pay for the entirety of the project. And then we know that, or we certainly expect that money from the state MBLC will be coming in over 5 years, and that, probably many of the donations and pledges will be coming in faster than that. So I can't tell you exactly how that's going to play out, but for some period of time, we do need to be able to have an expenditure, an approved expenditure that will pay for the entirety of the project.
Right, I understand that, but the city takes out a $28 million loan. When would we do that? When? Tomorrow? A week?
Probably. Well, we're going to probably have to do that within this calendar year. So
right, like September, October.
Probably October.
Okay.
Don't hold me to that.
Okay.
But we certainly have to have our commitment in place in order for the MBLC to make their commitment to us.
Okay, thank you. And I have a question, I think it's for Jenny or Mern, I'm not sure. Regarding the height, and you're going to need a special variance for how much higher are you going to go that you need a special variance?
It's actually a special council permit.
Okay.
My understanding is that the height of the new addition isn't any higher than the original library, but that was also done under a variance, right? So I'm assuming that's why, right, Jenny? It's not like we're building anything taller than the 1976 building.
That's correct, Mern. I don't have an exact dimension for you, but the new addition is no higher than the current 1976 building. That's correct.
Okay, but you don't know the height?
I don't have the.
Okay,
I don't
fine.
have the exact dimension, but we will.
That's fine.
We'll come forward. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Council Worthley.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, Mern, Jenny, Simon, Joe, and John. We're very appreciative of the work you do, and it's never easy work, but it's rewarding. Hopefully you feel rewarded with what the work that's been done so far. I'm a big believer in the library, and I think I've made no secret about that. I feel like I grew up there in some ways, so I'm thrilled to see that we're creating an opportunity for future generations to do the same. I understand John Dunn's fiduciary responsibility in letting us know the risk to the city. I just want to express my personal confidence in the fundraising efforts that you've done to date and will continue to do. It's remarkable. People may have missed in the $9.3 million award you got announced, I think today. There's also $250,000 announced from the Cape Ann Savings Bank. There was another, forgive me if I'm remembering, another $1 million, I think, from Rockport National or Institute for Savings.
Institute for Savings, yep.
Right.
Yep.
And so these are big numbers, and I don't want to ever put any, throw any water on the hard work you've done. I think that we should, and John's right to express that this could become a city liability, but the momentum is on your side. And I just want to continue sort of boosting that momentum. And I love hearing Council Nolan suggest he's going to write his last check, his final check to everybody, every last penny to the library. But still, it's awesome that he's made that offer. So one thing I say to anybody who's coming before the council, at least in terms of people I talk to, is to be clear asking for, because this is a fantastic presentation. We hear a little bit of, okay, at some point there's going to be a public hearing on a loan authorization. So we'll deal with that when we get to it. And there'll be a public hearing on a variance. But if there are things that you think of to ask, and you don't need to have the answer today, but please do, because this is a platform that we have to share with the public. If it's fundraising, if it's advocacy, be clear in your ask so we can be supportive of what you're asking for. So I just wanted to commend you for the work you've been doing so far and give you best wishes to continue the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other counselors like to speak? Ask a question? Counselor Memard.
Thank you. I just wanted to congratulate you all on this tangible step forward. This has really been a long time coming. This feels like the third attempt at delivery. And my hat's off to Jenny and Mern and your board and your foundation. I think you've laid the groundwork very squarely and firmly. You've got a good foundation, and the time is now. And I join Councillor Nolan and Councillor Worthley in pledging my full support. And I look forward to working with you and seeing the library go forward so that my grandkids will be enjoying it the way we have in the past.
Yeah.
Any other questions, counselors? Councilor Majota.
Yes, more of just a comment. Just want to say thank you for a great presentation, and along with Councilor Nolan, Councilor Worthy, most like all the councilors here. I fully support the library. I bring my kids there; they enjoy it, and I can't wait to see what the future holds for this particular project. And I'm just excited for it. So, thank you for your hard work. And that's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Frank. Appreciate it. So Councilor Worthley has his hand raised again. Go ahead.
Sorry, I forgot one question I meant to ask. My understanding is that the Veterans School, which is now operating out of St. Anne's, uses the Sawyer Free Library as their library. And when you have the transition period where you need to find another location, if you could communicate with the council and the school committee and whoever needs to be, just what, I'm assuming that that'll be done before the Veterans School or whatever the name is going to be is finished. Just keep in mind the access for the Veterans School students to access the library in your temporary location.
Great, thank you. So I would just like to kind of piggyback on what folks have said, but we had an opportunity when we were using the library, Sawyer Free Library, for our last 3 or 4 meetings that we had as a city council. And it was pretty cool getting there early and just seeing the buzz of all the folks that are using the library. And sometimes we forget that the diverse group of people that go in and use the library every single day. And it was a good feeling to see the buzz and everything that was happening there. And I just found that this presentation was stellar. And the way you're including renewable energy and all these really way out there, positive, visionary things. So you're going to be really being great role models for our youngest students. So thank you so much for coming tonight and for your generosity and your great fundraising. And we'll be there to help when the intersections come where we need to do what we need to do on the council to keep you on your timetable. So thank you all so much for coming tonight and for doing everything that you do.
Thank
so,
you. I have one final announcement.
Okay, go ahead, Mern.
That is that I want to extend an invitation to everyone, including all the public who's listening right now. We are having a very important and interesting presentation on Thursday, the 14th of July, called Why Our Library Matters. And it'll be led by New York Times bestselling author Eric Kleinenberg. And he's going to talk about how our library serves as social infrastructure. There's a concept in your mind, right? Not just infrastructure, social infrastructure that creates lasting and powerful connections where shared values and experiences build community. So that's this Thursday at 6 p.m. at the library.
Great. Thank you so much. So for those of you who are panelists and are on the library team, you're welcome to stay on, but if you would just black yourselves out so we can focus on the council activities going forward, that would be great. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
That is the consent agenda.
Councilors, would anyone like to pull any matter off the consent agenda? Council Grow. Council Grow, can you unmute yourself?
Now I have to remember what I said. Number 2, please. The memorandum on the CDGB grant.
Thank you. Anyone else like to remove anything from the consent agenda? Council Gross.
We're going to be discussing later on the Massachusetts legislative amendment.
So you'd like to remove that right now, and then we can discuss
Yes,
that?
because I think if we wait till the 26th, it's going to be, good night, Irene. So, yes, I'd like to pull that off now.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to remove anything else? Okay, so Council Grow, do you want to state your questions for item number 2, the memorandum?
Thank you. I do. I won't be in attendance. I can't be at the BNF meeting on Thursday, but I'm hoping that because there are a number of new counselors and because I could use a refresher and I'd happily listen to it later, we could probably use a little primer on what the community development block grants are, what they do for the community, how we can use them to benefit various programs or affordable housing. I think it's one of those things that comes along every year and we just sort of pass it through, but I think it'd be really helpful, especially as we look at the prospect of having to tackle issues of affordable housing and things like that, to understand really what the CDGB does and what our role is in accepting it and hopefully maybe guiding some of the usage of it down the road. So that's really it. I'm just asking for a little bit more depth than just the acceptance of it. I'd like to have a little bit more meat so that people can understand why it's important and what it does for a community. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I would assume that Greg Catamatore would be attending that meeting and able to answer any questions that
I'm
folks
hoping
want
we
to
can come up with a PowerPoint presentation.
We'll see if he decides to put his face back on, just to smile at the
I believe
teasing.
it's in your packet.
We'll be sure to have Grants Division staff there.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we can put that back on for approval. And the other one of communications invitations, I just want to state, Council Gross, although I understand completely what you just said, our requirements is that we have to put something on our agenda twice. So the referral is referring it to a full council vote for next meeting. And I would say to your very valid concern that I believe there's a good chance.
Let me speak first.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't know if the council is aware of what the repercussions of this ill-conceived plan are, but it has, minutes, draft minutes, not approved minutes have to be available from every committee in 10 days. A lot of our committees do not have secretaries. There's a $200 fine for the individuals if they fail that 3 times. So getting people these volunteers to put this kind of stuff on the line is going to get more and more difficult. They leave zero option they force us to go into us meeting in person. There is zero option for us to meet. 1/3 of us have to meet in I don't know how they decided 1/3 of a committee meets, but this is not been very well thought out. From what I read, they are trying to pass it as a standalone, and the MMA has asked us to send letters. Individually, I guess we can send letters to our respective, to Ann Margaret and Bruce. And Ann Margaret, it's out of the House Ways and Means, which Ann Margaret is the vice chair of. But I would read this, and then we also got the verbatim of the law itself. And pages 20 through 27. And I went back and compared it to what it was, the original, what it was replacing. And it's replaced, it's really going backwards. So I encourage all of you to take a real close look at this, because this is not good for democracy, as far as I can tell. We all see the favorability of this, the Zoom meetings, and we definitely want to maintain some form of that. Absolutely. And so instead of solving the problem and extending it and then really thinking about it, because if they do not pass a budget this week, it expires and we're meeting in person. So
Right.
just wanted people to know what was going on. Take a close look at it. I'll be writing my own, but take a close look at it.
So I would also add to what Councilor Gross just said on this particular legislative amendment. So there is a possibility that the House and Senate might just agree on a date right now, because the extension from the House is the end of March 2023. The extension from the state is December 30th, 2023. And that's the time that they're signaling us as being okay to continue Zoom meetings, right? Remote meetings. And so there's a chance that they could go ahead and agree upon the date, because they have to do something immediately, or else July 15th is here on Friday, right? And if that happens to be the case, what we will have to do for our next meeting, which would be on the 26th of July, is we would just need to go back in person, and we would go to Kairos and do an old-fashioned meeting and ask Studio 1623 to come in and tape for us. So that's our backup plan if they choose to end this all on July 15th. But it's doubtful, but we do have a backup plan. And to Tony Gross's suggestion, I think we can all write in individually, but I think there still could be an opportunity on the 26th for us to talk more about this legislative matter. And the information is very clear. And in the packet tonight for the public, if you want to read what we posted in the packet, I believe it is on pages 116 and 117 of our 165-page packet. You can see a summary of what the House amendment states. So we want to be transparent, but like I said, we are obligated to put these things in front of us twice. I don't think this is an amendment. I think this is a standalone, but also this does not affect the city council so much, because we have, our own secretaries and our own minute takers and stuff. This is our volunteer boards that this is putting a real punitive actions against, that they really don't have, and all over the state, even in smaller communities are hurt much more than us. But many of these boards don't have recording secretaries, and for them to get somebody to get those minutes together in 10 days could be rather difficult. So understand. Councilor Grow, because we really this is kind of a little bit out of order that we're getting so heavy into this, but Councilor Grow, go ahead.
Tony, since you've reviewed this more thoroughly, does posting the recording of the Zoom meeting of a meeting, does that constitute draft minutes?
That has not been you know what, ask Grace, because that may be who can answer that question, because that would pertain to now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Grace, do you have any? Grace, does Zoom? Okay, go ahead.
Zoom recordings do not constitute minutes.
Okay.
They're not acceptable as minutes. Minutes are a written record of what occurred at a meeting.
Right. Okay. Fair.
Great. Thank you, Grace. All right. So we're going to put these things back on the consent. Go ahead, Councilor Worthley.
So thank you to Councilor Gross to bring this to our attention. I don't think that the state's going to vote not to continue. I just think they're not going to pull their act together and make any decision. And in that case, we're going live on July 26th, which happens to be my birthday, by the way. But I'll be happy to be there. But I think that, do we have a mechanism to put a resolution together without having to wait 2 weeks? Because Councilor Gross did a fantastic job with the MBTA resolution that we signed or he authored and we agreed with. Is there a mechanism where we could say without having we're not trying to be non-transparent, but it's on our agenda, it's urgent. I don't know if it turns into an emergency situation, but it could be for those boards and commissions that have to pay $300 or $200 fines. This would really squelch all of our volunteer efforts to get more people involved.
Counselor, the only thing technically we could do is have a special meeting of the city council on Friday morning, because we have to spend 48 hours to post this. And so the earliest we could post a special meeting of council, if we wanted to do that, would be to post it first thing in the morning, and it would be for first thing on Friday morning. And if we had a quorum of the full council, we could certainly do a resolution. But who's to say that they're already going to make the decision before Friday? So, I mean, that's an option. If there's a show of hands of counselors that want to have a special meeting on Friday morning.
I'll be on the road.
Okay. So seeing none, I would say that we need to go with the plan that we just described. But I'm glad that, we need to all dig deep and read all of this very closely. And that's why I wanted to put it in the packet and bring it to our attention. So any other questions on this so we can approve the consent agenda? All right, so we're going to put these two matters back on the consent agenda. So is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as? Thank you. There's a second by Councilor Gross. Councilor Grow. Actually, there was no. You moved it, and is there a second, Councilor Worthy? Okay. So let's do a roll call. Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross.
Yes.
Councilor Grow.
Yep.
Councilor Majota.
Yes.
Councilor Memhard.
Yes.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara.
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
The consent agenda is approved. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
That is the July 7th Budget and Finance Standing Committee report.
Great. And I'm going to turn control of the meeting over to Councilor Scott Memhard, who leads BNF. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We like to accept money, and last Thursday night we did a good job of that. And there are, I think, 5 or 6 items for your consideration and vote. The first relates to a memorandum from the police chief requesting our acceptance of the donation of 2 lease extensions for the 2018 BMW i3 electric vehicles. Is there anyone to speak to this tonight, or should we go right ahead?
I would go ahead and speak to the motion. Thank you.
Okay. On a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Worthley, Budget and Finance voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed. We recommend that the City Council accept under Mass General Law 4453A a donation of 2 lease extensions in the Lion Wah Auto Group and its affiliate Peabody Motor Sports Inc., leaseor and leasee, for the use of 2 2018 electric motor vehicles, model BMW i3 Rex, for 1 year. The vehicles are to be leased through BMW Finance Services N.A. LLC through June 1st, 2023, at which time the 2 vehicles will be returned to BMW of Peabody in reasonable condition. The first 2018 BMW i3 Rex with a VIN number as noted has a donation value in the amount of $15,285.33. And the second identical vehicle with a VIN number as noted as a donation value in the amount of $13,994.42 for a total amount of $29,279.55. And I so move.
Second.
Council Memard has made a motion and it was seconded by Council Worthley. Is there a discussion, councilors? Council Memard, do you have a narrative?
These are just 2 lease renewals of vehicles that are already in the city fleet, and they're for 1 year. And in the amounts as noted. And we're
Great.
very grateful for the Lion Law Group for their support of the city.
Great, thank you. All right, let's do a roll call. Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross?
Yes.
Councilor Grow?
Yep.
Councilor Majota? Councilor Majota? I will go back to him. Councilor Memard?
Yes.
Councilor Nolan?
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara?
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill?
Yes.
Councilor Worthley?
Yes.
Councilor Majota? The yeses have it, 8 in favor, 1 technical difficulties. Next order of business, Councilor Memard.
The second item from Budget and Finance tonight is a memorandum from the Economic Development Director Sal DeStefano requesting acceptance of the $2,500 Essex National Heritage Commission grant for the Stage Fort Park Welcoming Center's 2022-2023 season in the amount of $2,500. And I'll go ahead and read the motion if there's no.
Please. Thank you.
Yeah. Carol Mondello, who manages our visiting welcoming center, gave a very thorough presentation with Sal's support. On a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Gross, the Budget and Finance Committee voted roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend City Council accept under Mass General Law 4453A a federal grant from the National Park Service passed through the the Essex National Heritage Commission for a 2022 Essex Heritage Visitor Center grant for a total of $2,500 for the purpose of supporting activities of the city's Visitor Welcome Center at Stage Fort Park. The grant period is from July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, and there is no local match for this grant, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there discussion?
This is an annual grant, and we put it to good use. It's for both signs, advertising, and brochure, literature, that sort of thing.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay. Roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross?
Yes.
Council Grow? Would you unmute yourself? Thank you. Council Majota?
Yes.
Council Memard?
Yes.
Council Nolan?
Yes.
Council O'Hara?
Yes.
Council O'Neill?
Yes.
Council Worthley?
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business, Council Memard.
Our third item is memorandum from the DPW Director requesting acceptance of donations made to the Cemeteries Advisory Committee in the amount of $1,000. And on a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Gross, Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council accept a cash donation under Mass General Law 4453A to support the Cemeteries Advisory Committee in the amount of $1,000 for the purpose of general cemetery stone restoration. And this is from the following member within our community, and that is Anna B. Carlson, in the amount of $1,000. It's my understanding that Anna Carlson is the daughter of Helen Carlin. And I so move.
Second.
Councilor Memard made the motion. It was seconded by Councilor Gross. Is there a discussion? Roll call vote. Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross?
Yes.
Councilor Grow?
Yes.
Councilor Majota?
Yes.
Councilor Memard?
Yes.
Councilor Nolan?
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara?
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill?
Yes.
Councilor Worthley?
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business, Councilor Memard.
The fourth item is a memorandum from our Veteran Services Director, Adam Kukaru, requesting acceptance of donations in the amount of $125 And on a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Worthley, Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council accept cash donations under Mass General Law 4453A to support Cape Ann Veteran Services in the amount of $125 from the following members within our community. And those are Vincent Orlando and Ed Camo for a total of $125. And I so move.
Second.
Counselor Memard made the motion, was seconded by Counselor Gross. Is there a discussion? Roll call vote. Counselor Gilman, yes. Counselor Gross?
Yes. Yes.
Counselor Grow?
Yes.
Counselor Majota?
Yes.
Counselor Memard?
Yes.
Counselor Nolan?
Yes.
Counselor O'Hara?
Yes.
Counselor O'Neill?
Yes.
Counselor Worthley?
Yes.
The yeses have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business, Counselor Memard.
Yes, the last two items relate to budgetary year-end transfers and adjustments that our CFO, John Dunn, quite magically in my mind, accomplishes to balance our budgets and moving funds around at the fiscal year end to make sure there are no deficits in individual accounts. And it's a remarkable feat that John Dunn and Kenny Costa managed. I don't need to read, I don't think, the entire list of 40 adjustments, unless people would wish me to, but on a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Worthley, and seconded by Vera, Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend City Council approve the following budgetary transfer, SPT 2022 SPT 4, for the purpose of funding and making whole fiscal year 2022 account deficits totaling $1,147,000 in the following accounts as listed, and I so move.
Second.
Memard made the motion, and it was seconded by Counselor Worthley. Is there a discussion, counselors?
Councilor Worthley?
Yes. I'll be supporting this motion, but I also want to just draw attention to exactly what we're doing here. For the councilors who weren't on budget and finance, a lot of credit to the city administration and the auditor's office for pulling this together. But what we're saying is there's $1.4 million worth of adjustments to the budget, which means we found money that otherwise might have been spent. And so it does beg the question. This is done every year. This is not a question of this administration, but if we can find $1.6 million.
It's 1.1.
There's
Go ahead.
Coming, I think. So.
Okay.
So if we can find this money, it's money that wasn't spent.
Counselor Grow has his hand raised.
Wait.
Go ahead.
He's not, Jeff's not done with his comment.
Okay, go ahead. I thought you were calling. All right, go ahead, Counselor Worthley.
So, it's good fiscal management to be able to find money, but it also makes you wonder in general if we have $1.6 million, 1.2 million, and this is largely because of the incredible expense in snow and ice. We find money. If it hadn't snowed, would we have found money and put it somewhere else? It makes you wonder a little bit in terms of our role as fiduciaries. But the second piece of this is, the second piece is on the next motion. So I'm supporting it because the work was done very well by the administration to pull this together to fund the incredible cost of snow and ice removal.
Okay, I'll call on Counselor Grow and then Counselor Gross.
I just want to push back a little bit on this concept of finding money. We have a $140 million budget. This represents less than 1% of the overall budget. And I don't know about anybody else, but when I budget my year for my family, I'm never as accurate as I'd like to be. But if you look at each of these individual line items, we're not talking about massive amounts of money that had been found. It's simply a matter of good budgeting to make sure that we have the appropriate expenses covered. We don't always know what we're going to get in terms of the actual expenses, but the term finding money makes it sound like there's some sort of nefarious plan or this idea that we're not being careful or looking at our money very carefully. And I just don't think that's a good characterization of what's happening here. I just want to push back on that concept a little bit.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Gross.
This is not found money. This is expenses and money that is in other places that is paying for those expenses. This is not found money. These are bills that were on one side of the ledger that are being paid for by some surpluses that are on the other side of the ledger. This is a balancing of the books. This is like taking your checkbook and balancing the ledger. This has nothing to do with any surplus funds, other than the fact that this one department, through certain circumstances, had, sometimes up to, $100,000 in the public services wages because they, there was a lack of people who were involved there. And then $5,000 comes out of another one that pays, a bill that's, part of a $71,000 bill that's for liability insurance. So what we're doing is we've got some accounts that are in deficit, and we have other accounts that are in surplus. And this is just balancing the books. This has nothing to do with surplus or found money. That hasn't been determined yet of what's going on with this. This is just strictly paying the bills and taking one checking account and using it to pay a bill that is assessed to a different checking account. It's like, I have a house account and I had a business account. Well, the house account had to pay the mortgage, so the business account took the money from the business account and wrote a check to the house account. That's all this is. That's it. It's not found money. So.
Okay, Counselor Memard.
I would like to agree with Councillor Gross and Councillor Grow in terms of the terms used here. And an example which we can relate to is that last year, or this past fiscal year, we had budgeted in the city council's budget $25,000 to conduct an audit of certain departments. And we found that wasn't enough money to do the necessary audits once we went out to bid. So we did not expend that $25,000, and hence it was available at the end of the fiscal year for John Dunn and Kenny Costa to allocate towards, for example, the snow and ice deficit, as has been described. That's just one small thing.
Right, and to add to that, as the person that was participating in the budget meeting for the city council, we had an additional $25,000 that was left over, and it was for something that we decided not to go forward, rather than us trying to brainstorm something else we could buy in May and June, because we could have encumbered that amount of money. It just didn't seem like that was fiscally appropriate for us to do, because that money really belongs back to the city to help do exactly what John Dunn and Kenny is recommending that we do right now, and that is to balance the budget. So I think that that's it's a good way to look at this. Council Worthy, you can speak, and then I'd like John Dunn to speak to this process before we go on and vote this particular item. So Council Worthy, go ahead. You've had your hand raised.
Firstly, I've heard from the three councilors, Gross, or yourself, four councilors. My intention was to say, good job, the administration, for figuring this out. And had it not snowed as much, we would have had extra money that might have fallen to free cash. So if I said it in a way that sounded as a negative, I apologize. I just raised the question that if we hadn't snowed, would we have this money left over? Would we have spent it? Would we have sent it to free cash? Who knows? But I think that the administration did a fantastic job pulling it together from, I think, 40 different accounts and finding a little bit here, a little bit there. And maybe find is the wrong word, but they had to pull it together. So I meant it as a compliment, and just to raise the question, if it didn't snow as much, what would we be doing with this extra money? But there's no insult meant here, and nothing meant in any way to be nefarious, as Councilor Grove suggested.
Thank you, Councilor. John Dunn, our CFO, can you just kind of bring this back together, this conversation of this process, particularly for new councilors that have not had a lot of experience in this annual process?
Well, again, something that we have.
Could you turn up your volume, John? Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Now we can, yeah, thank you.
Okay. So, we do this, we do this every year, and we just try and balance the books. And so we have to kind of get to the point that, just about every expenditure account is covered, so it does not have a negative in it. And so we move lots of stuff around, and we've been doing this way for 10 years, and fairly consistent. The usual issue is snow and ice. Usually we have a situation where snow and ice has to be filled, so we do that. And that's where we are. We transfer in from accounts that have positive variances to accounts that have various, negative balances. So that's what we do.
Thank you, John. Kenny, do you have anything to add as our auditor who works for our council?
Yes, just to add to John, I appreciate not having negative balances. As an auditor, we don't like negative balances, but each one has a story. I mean, I can even, I know we did listen to the city council, the $25,000, and I did have a similar one as well as the auditor, the salaries. I did have a vacancy in my office for a number of months. I did not plan for that vacancy at the beginning of the year. I wish I didn't have a vacancy, but I did. I did have a vacancy, so the $25,000 was available, so it was transferred. So I think each one has a story, and I'm happy to see that we were able to use that $25,000 to cover a deficit. And as John mentioned, I mean, snow and ice, typically isn't a deficit. I mean, and I've mentioned this at BNF last Thursday. The snow's gone. The bills have already been paid. It is a legal deficit. It's a deficit that we legally can have. The CAO, Jill Cahill, she did write a memo to the council, to myself, exceeding the expenditure limit. So everything was done legally. But this is something, as John mentioned, for the last 10 years, we've done this annually each year. So I would say you can already plan for next year. We'll have another one again next year. So this is an annual event. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other further discussion, councilors, on this motion? So bring me back to, it was Council Member that made the motion, and was it Councilor Gross that seconded it? Council Worthley? Council Worthley, okay. I think we know what the motion is. If there's no more further discussion, the roll call vote is Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross?
Yes.
Council Grow?
Yes.
Council Majota?
Yes.
Council Memard?
Yes.
Council Nolan?
Yes.
Council O'Hara?
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill?
Yes.
Council Worthley?
100% yes. Thank you.
The yeses have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Good conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Next order of business, Councilor Memard, item number 6.
Yes, the second and last part of this motion relates to supplemental appropriation budgetary request 2022 SA 30 in the amount of $486,000. And in this case, on a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Worthley, Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve a supplemental appropriation 2022 SA 30 in the amount of $486,000 from the general fund, undesignated fund balance, or quote unquote free cash, the account as noted, to the City General Fund DPW snow removal, snow plow, and salting account as noted, to cover the fiscal year 2022 snow and ice removal deficit. And I so move. And this is clearly the second half. Rather than continuing to dig through the other accounts, we are appropriating from free cash for the remaining part of the snow and ice deficit.
Second.
Council Memard made the motion. It was seconded by Council Worthley. Is there a discussion?
Dare I?
Council Worthley.
I'll be very clear in my choice of words here. I just want to give credit to the administration, but also the prior administration and the prior council to leave us in a position where we could use free cash to patch up this year's budget. And we don't need to get into politics or campaigns or anything like that. I just think credit needs to be given where credit's due. I did said at the committee level, I heard crickets, but that's okay. I don't need to hear anything else. I just want to make that be clear. And if Greg leaves at some point, Greg Verg leaves us with $5.5 million, we'll continue to give him credit. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, councilors? Councilor Gross.
Just one of the things the councilors need to remember is that this sort of is a rolling expenditure. So, you know, this is what, $486,000. Well, we're sort of buying the future with this. We're gonna hopefully backfill this with when this budget that we're cleaning up right now gets certified. But don't forget that we just pushed this out. So this is, remember, next year we may see this again because it's sort of a rolling figure that keeps going down the line. So it's a way, it's a tool, it's a necessary tool. But it's, I just want people to remember when it comes around next year that this is sort of how it works.
Thank you, Councilor Grow.
Sorry, you're leaving me with a question, Councilor Gross. Are we, this is for Kenny, are we zeroing out last year's snow and ice budget with his transfer? And the transfers that we made before? Yeah, so we are. Okay, that's good news. But to Tony's point, I think what he's saying is that we don't know next year what the expenditure is ultimately going to be. We can only budget so much, and then whatever happens, and then we have to respond to it.
Yeah, correct. So this is something that with snow and ice, as I mentioned before, it's a legal deficit, and it's just cleaner. And this is something we talked about at Budget and Finance to solve the deficit within the fiscal year. The other option is raising it on the tax rate. So we could raise the deficit on the tax rate, and our preference is to, with available funds, to cover the deficit now. That's the preferred method.
Thank you. Councilor Gross.
Yeah, just one more thing. Snow and ice almost takes a half-day tutorial to understand what it is. You know, it's a complex mechanism.
It's ugly. It's ugly.
It is. So
I think it's easy. Just don't snow, and we got it.
You got it.
That's pretty simple. I got it.
You're going to want to see the presentation we did earlier on the climate.
Council, when your kids are in school, you're gonna be equally excited when it snows because they'll be home for the day with you, which I'm sure you love.
Very exciting, yes.
Any further discussion on this motion? Okay, the motion was made by Councilor Memard. It was seconded by Councilor Worthley. Roll call vote. Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross.
yes.
Councilor Grow.
Yes.
Councilor Majota.
Yes.
Councilor Memard.
Let it snow, yes.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara.
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
The yeses have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
There was no meeting. There was no O&A meeting on the 4th of July. So the next standing committee report is the July 6th Planning and Development meeting.
Councilor Grow, any items to report?
The only one that's of interest to the council is that there was a site visit held on Monday for 58 Granite Street. We will be having that return to P&D at the next meeting, and then it is scheduled for a public hearing on the 26th. So that is the extent of that.
Great, thank you. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Public hearing 2022-19, SCP 2022-4, Condolin Road, number 24, map 197, lot 13, GZO section 2.3.51, junkyard in the GI district.
I'd like to open the public hearing and ask Attorney Favazza to present the special permit to the City Council.
Okay, good evening. Just get my screen up. For the record, my name is Joel Pavaza. I'm an attorney at Seaside Legal Solutions with an address of 123 Main Street here in Gloucester. I'm here tonight on behalf of DLM Properties LLC. They are the owner of 24 Connellan Road, which is home to the Hills Transfer Station. And so we're here tonight wrapping up a long path of bringing a long-standing property into compliance with newer regulations. And we're here tonight specifically looking for a use permit, which I'll explain momentarily. So again, very clear, there's no work proposed with what we're asking for tonight. We're just looking to continue the present use of the property. For those who don't know, this property has been used as a transfer station since the 90s. Both residents and contractors use it. Also for their dumpster rental business is headquartered out of this facility. So that's the work that's been going on at the site, and that's the work that is going to continue to go on at the site, hopefully with the blessing of this council. So they go, well, that's fine, Joel, why are you here to get a permit for something that's been going on forever? And so the issue is a little technical. I'll try and be as friendly as possible without getting too deep into the weeds. But this is a plan of land from 1994. And you'll see lot 21 and lot 19. Lot 21 originally was the only property owned by my client's predecessor. It's where the scale is, it's where most of the dumpster storage is. And then they were acquiring lot 19, which is where their office building is, their employee parking building is, their employee parking lot is now. And as you can see from this plan of land, the idea was to combine the two lots together. So the use of the property was pursuant to a building permit that only applied to lot 21 because it was pulled and executed prior to lot 19 becoming part of it. So although now, according to the city, this is just one lot, not a by right use, is only been permitted technically on that southwestern portion, the original portion of the lot. So even though we're one lot now, we still need to get the use to be blanketed over the northeastern half of the lot. Again, it's been part of the business since 1994-ish, but it came up as an issue along with some other compliance issues. I'm going to be as brief as I can to make sure everyone understands what was going on at the site, to make sure you understand why I'm here tonight. This is a question that was raised at P&D. So this began back in late 2018. The building department kind of went through Connellan Road and sent a bunch of enforcement notices out to a bunch of property owners, including this one. They originally cited abandoned vehicles and dumpsters in the front yard setback. Starting December 18 and going for several months, there was a lot of discussions, a lot of negotiations as to what the remediation would look like. And finally, in 2019, there was an agreement in principle, and there was certain relief that the building inspector couldn't just give on his own. So we said, okay, we'll go to the ZBA for the remainder of that. That's in 2019.
Oh.
We present to the ZBA in December of 2019, and then they said, we don't really want to be in the middle of this fight. You should go work something out with the building department. So we got kicked back to the building inspector, and we continued negotiating with the building inspector through the first half of 2020. We got to a resolution, and then we were asked to go to the EDIC to get their input. The EDIC held a meeting, we presented. They had no official authority. They were not opposed to it. They were not in favor of it. They just said this really isn't our bag. So we got kicked back over to the ZBA to show this plan. This plan is only in here to show you, the multitude of work we were trying to do as far as negotiate where things would go. This plan no longer shows the of the site, and I'll explain that in a moment, but I wanted to show you this is some of the work we've been working on. So throughout 2020, while we're dealing with the EDIC and the ZBA, other remediation work is going on. Several vehicles were removed from the lot itself. There was one truck that this was a 90-day condition presented to the ZBA. It was this truck here. That truck is long gone, but I want to show you these things that were being requested and being complied with by my client. saw there was a lot of dumpsters along Conlon Road. The ZBA had originally worked out an agreement with us where the dumpsters would be pushed back from Conlon Road. And as you can see, this older picture shows dumpsters about 2 deep, kind of coming over the property line into Conlon. This more recent satellite shows them tucked back, only 1 deep, fully on the property. And that was originally going to be acceptable to the ZBA, but fortunately, my clients were able to actually take all of these dumpsters and just move them back further onto the site itself. So now there are no dumpsters along Conlon Road. And that was a kind of a big bugaboo. And there's a lot of negotiations back and forth with the ZBA, the building department, trying to figure out how much is acceptable along the road. And my client is now making it really easy for everybody and just going to 0 dumpsters along the road, kind of making a moot point. There's also issues about screening the chain link fence. There's obviously a large chain link fence on the property. It had to be screened. It's now screened. There's fabric going through all the panels. See, so this is now compliant. So from 2021 forward, we finally got to the ZBA that we started back in late 2019. We got through by February of 2021, and we got relief. And one of the conditions was that we come here to the city council to apply for this use permit that we're here tonight on. And my client ended up not applying to the city council because my client actually began conversations with the previous mayoral administration about a potential reuse of the property. Unfortunately, due to the election season that came in, the change of the guard, we weren't able to kind of get anywhere with the previous administration. The Verdi administration was kind enough to meet with us in kind of a pre-launch meeting before they took over. We met with them in April. We're actually meeting with them again tomorrow. But in the meantime, because the building inspector's office, can't rest on what might happen, has to rest on what is happening. An enforcement order came back out in March saying, hey guys, you never went to the city council, so your ZBA permit is going to be revoked. And so we agreed that it made sense to get the existing uses permitted again, actually finish it this time before we apply for any new use. So we went back to the ZBA. We were just there end of June. They renewed the relief. So we got all the relief we needed from them again. Thank you very much, ZBA. But once again, it came with the condition that we come to the city council and get that use permit squared away. So we are now at the last stop. All the relief except for this has been granted by the ZBA. This is one of those funny things where the zoning ordinance, whether intentionally or accidentally, requires 2-stop shopping. The ZBA gives us almost all the relief. The use permit comes through you. And this is a normal CC permit. It's not a CCS. It's not a enhanced scrutiny type of permit. It's just a basic 1.8.3 application, figuring out whether or not the intended use is in harmony with the purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance. And I'll run through that real quick to make sure we get on the record. As a social, economic, and community needs, this is a long-standing business. We're hoping to allow it to continue to serve other local businesses and tradespeople. Traffic flow and safety. Conlon Road is large, wide, well-paved road, and it's been home for this operation for decades, so we don't see any change. Same thing with the adequacy of utilities and other public services. There are no present issues, and there's no change proposed. As to the neighborhood character and social structure, so Conlon Road is the largest contiguous general industrial zone area in the entire city. So it's the biggest industrial area we have. And if you read through the zoning ordinance as to what a GI zone is for, it's intended for various industrial uses. And this one happens to be following through with what the zoning ordinance actually calls for, which is not always common in an old city like this, where we actually have industrial uses called for and industrial uses in action out there. So we think we fit right in with the neighborhood character. There'll be no changes to the site. There'll be no changes to the nearby natural environment. And as for fiscal impact, one, we're allowing local businesses as well as residential buildings that have more than 4 units who use the dumpster service with the local option. It also provides citizens and tradespeople with a local recycling center for certain clean materials that you can't otherwise throw out in your purple or temporarily blue bags. So we think the potential fiscal impact is good for the client, good for the customer, good for the city. I'll end it by thanking you. I'll take my screen down. If you have any questions, I'm happy to put stuff back up.
Great. So let's pause on the questions right now and ask if there's anyone else here that would like to speak in favor. Is there anyone here that would like to speak in opposition? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, are there any correspondences or communications that you'd like to share with the council?
There are none.
Councilors, this is our opportunity to ask questions of the applicant. Any questions about this special council permit? Councilor Nolan.
This question is for Councilor Pavaza. Joel, you mentioned green or blue temporary trash bags. I believe at this time they don't accept home refuse or garbage. So the green or temporary blue trash bags for refuse, I'm hoping would still be restricted, that they wouldn't take as garbage and only keep it to construction materials.
Correct. The current use of the property and the intended use that you'd be allowing is again for certain clean recyclable materials that you can't put into those bags. So things that, you know, we're not talking about, you know, kitchen trash here. We're talking, like you said, certain clean demolition, certain clean construction materials. That's what they're allowed to, you know, it's called a transfer station, but the GZO calls it a junkyard. It's not really a junkyard, but it's the closest we have inside the zoning ordinance. But it allows people to, you know, bring these materials to the transfer station. They get sorted and then sent on their way to their final destination based on the type of material they are. But this would, again, this is not where you would bring your garbage. This is for things that you're not supposed to be putting into your garbage, because that's, like, again, construction material or that sort of thing.
Excellent. Thank you, Attorney Fabaza.
Councilor Grow. You are muted.
Yeah,
Thank
okay.
you.
A couple quick things, Councilor Fabaza. If you could go back to a slide you posted, we didn't have this presentation at P&D. The one where you have the dumpsters are away from the street. I don't know if it's an issue of our permit or consideration for the council to look at, but I noticed that outside the property limits, there was a lot of dumpsters on the left side of that photograph as we're looking at it. Is that something that's being resolved as well? There you go.
So you're probably referring to
exactly that
are over here, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So this little strip right here is a paper road, and we have already, this was discussed through city legal. Goodness, I think it was still Attorney Payson at the time. Basically, there's something on file in writing from us, probably from me on behalf of the client, stating that we are not seeking to acquire any rights in the paper road, and recognize that this remains, you know, a paper road. Because the big fear is sometimes when people encroach beyond their property lines, they later try to, you know, say have acquired certain ownership rights, because they've been using it for a requisite number of years, etc. It's difficult to do against the city anyway, but regardless, it's being done with the understanding that this is inside a paper road. There's no complaint from Neptune's Harvest, which is this lot over here, as to the placement of the dumpsters. And so we've kind of tackled that. That doesn't require permitting per se, it's required agreement by the city that
who owns the paper road?
City of Gloucester, because Conowin's public, these are all public. Again, this goes from the train tracks to a mountain, so I don't think it'll ever get built, but.
No, I understand that, but the question is, why is it being used by a private company for effectively private storage of dumpsters and other things? I mean, I guess even though we're like unlikely to take it by adverse possession, the question is, why are they there in the first place?
Sure. So if you look at this dividing line here, I don't know the exact number, but I think it's about 40 feet in elevation difference. And so there's just a limited amount of room on this site. And rather than, you know, going forward and, you know, endeavoring to blast out a bunch of ledge all through here to try and expand the footprint, this was kind of leveled out ground that just kind of existed when the development came in. And so, again, the industrial park's here to encourage, commercial industrial businesses to thrive. It seems to be a small accommodation that's hurting no one, but helping the nearby property owner with some extra storage.
Okay. The next question I had is there anything you can give us in terms of what the expectation is for site redevelopment moving forward? That seems to be a big motivator behind getting this permit done, but we didn't really talk about that at P&D either.
Attorney Favazza, would you remove your screen share? Thank you.
Sure thing. So obviously, I'm happy to talk about it. I want to make clear that the permit tonight is just for what has been happening, and nothing that happens tonight will impact any future use. But the conversations that are being had with the city administration are to install and construct an actual transfer station building rather than having these kind of open dumpsters that people kind of pull up to and toss into. It would be more of a modern facility where there's a large enclosed warehouse building where materials would be brought, sorted, trucks would be loaded indoors and kind of, sent out their way that way. So
it's not a change of use. It's just it's an improvement of the existing use into a more modernized facility.
Well, a more modernized facility would likely provide for an expanded use, but that's, the discussion being had currently.
That's okay. You're not putting a hotel there.
No.
Any further questions, counselors? Counselor Nolan.
Councilor Gross did bring up a good point, because that paper road that is there with the dumpsters enclosed actually have a fence on it. So I know it's a paper road, and you said that there's some paperwork saying that there's discussion that they're never going to take the property by using it, but they're obviously still restricting public access to public property by putting the intent out there that it is their property where they're storing the dumpsters. Not a deal breaker for me, but if we're going to say what it is, then that's what it should be. It is a fenced in area where a fence is on city property.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other questions before we close the public hearing? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask Counselor Grow to do the committee report.
All right. On a motion by me, seconded by Councilor Gilman, the Planning and Development Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council grant to DLM Properties LLC a special council permit 2022-004 for the property located at Condon Road, number 24, Assessors Map 197, Lot 13, in the General Industrial District, pursuant to Gloucester Zoning Ordinance Section 2.3.5, Section 1, Junkyard. This permit is made on the basis of plans and elevations dated September 10th, 2019, and submitted to the city clerk on June 3rd, 2022, entitled Zoning Board of Appeals Plan. Subject to new information and or debate that results from the public hearing, the special permit is deemed to be in harmony with the intent and purpose of the zoning ordinance, and I so move.
Second.
Go ahead, Councilor O'Neill, I'll give you the second. Thank you. So counselors, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there a discussion?
You want a narrative on this or no?
Yes, thank you, Councilor Grow.
As Attorney Favaz has pointed out, this is fixing a permitting failure that's several decades old, and that's what we discussed at the Planning and Development meeting. And I think it raises a question. This is the second one of these that we've had in the first 6 months of our term in office, of buildings that are not properly permitted and have been let go for decades at a time. So I'm personally curious how many more there are out there waiting for us to have to deal with. We did discuss the process of remediation that he outlined to get to this point. We did talk about the fact that it's been operating for nearly 30 years without proper permits in place. We also did agree that the satisfaction of section 1.8.3, that Councilor Favaz's already read. I don't want to reread exactly what he said, but we did find that that was the same in the sense because we are effectively permitting an existing use as it is without any substantial changes moving forward at this point. That is pretty much the end of it. We did at the time not feel a need for a site visit. Seeing these pictures, I'm a little regretful that we didn't do that because I'm a little puzzled and troubled by the paper road use. You know, I understand Councilor Favaz's position that this isn't really hurting anything, but at the same time, you know, it's public property being used for a private purpose, and as Councilor Nolan has said, it's restricting access to what is essentially public property. And I think we didn't really discuss that at the time. I feel like if we don't discuss it at this point in the discussion, we're certainly going to discuss it at the time that we are dealing with any changes in the permitted use moving forward, because I think that that's got to be resolved and cleaned up. But other than that, I feel like the intention is to clean up decades of loose ends here, and hopefully that leads to a better conversation about what the use of the property is going to be doing moving forward after this.
Councilor, I would like to amend our motion by requesting a condition that the paper road be cleared of the contents prior to further consideration for additional permitting, and I so move.
Second.
So Councilor Gilman made a motion. It was seconded by Councilor O'Neill. Does anyone have any questions on the amendment?
Just for clarification.
Yeah.
What you're saying is that we're conditioning this permit we're conditioning in this permit that any future permits that come forward from the applicant are going to have dealt with the clearing of the paper road before the council will consider it.
That's correct. I think that that's fair, and been there for a long time. But I do think that we need to be clear that that paper road belongs to the city, and I'm just trying to be proactive, and this would be the time to state that. So, councilors, I hope that you support my amendment. So we have amendment, we have a motion, we have a second by Councilor O'Neill. Is there discussion on the amendment? Councilor Nolan and then Councilor Worthley.
Before you do that, can we hear it again? Because my internet cut out when you made your motion, so I want to.
Great. Grace, can you read back my motion? Is that possible? I didn't write it down.
I didn't write it down either. I'm sorry.
Okay. So I will read it back to the best of my ability. It was that I would like to amend this with the following condition, that the paper road, that the applicant be requested to remove the contents in the paper road subject to further permitting being considered. I think that's pretty
effectively
gone. Is that consistent with what you all heard? Okay, so that was the motion. It was seconded. So thank you, Councilor Worthley, for the clarification. Councilor Nolan.
All right, so
On the amendment.
On the motion, if we're going to enforce the paper road, then we should probably put in the fact that all fencing should be surveyed and put on property of the applicant and not on city property. And then also, I'd like to add another motion to your motion that there's signage that they don't accept any load that is uncovered, because there is a large amount of people that do go to that facility with uncovered loads where the wood, the trash, and the shingles do blow off all over Magnolia Avenue and Conduit Road. And I see it basically whenever it is open. I do support the business, but I do think that some things should be a little bit more in control on how they take and receive the materials. And if they're not covered properly, then they shouldn't accept them. and maybe they'll teach people to cover their loads.
So I would suggest that we continue to deal with the first motion, and then we can make the second amendment. So is that without objection, counselors? Counselor Grow.
The only concern I have about this, and I understand and I actually agree with the sentiment behind conditioning future permitting on cleaning up what is effectively a problem today, is what happens if they decide not to do this? And then we end up with a 5 years, 10 years down the road, it continues to be, I mean, maybe that's not that big a deal. I don't know. Is there a time frame that can be put in this, or are we being too picayune about this?
Well, I mean, since this is my amendment, I would say that the only other way we could do this would be to predicate the granting of this permit based on the removal of the contents that are on city property prior. So extending the date of our permit to be consistent with that removal. So it's another possibility. And if you all thought that was a better idea, I would certainly be happy to withdraw my motion without objection. There are questions on my amendment, so I will go to Council Gross and then to Council Worthley on my amendment.
On your amendment, I have a little difficulty making conditions on a possible future permit. You deal with that permit at that time. You don't deal with it. We're either going to put a condition on this permit or not put a condition on this permit.
Okay.
You can't put a condition on some theory. So I have a real problem with that. So
to Council Gross's comment in the sentiment that I'm feeling from the council, I'm happy to remove my amendment. We don't have to take a vote. So without objection, I would like to remove my amendment.
withdraw.
Withdraw. Thank you, Counselor.
I think you may need Tracy too.
I'm not sure if we do, based on what Grace and, but Tracy, do you support it of what I'm saying right now, based on the conversation?
Yes, I support the fact that you're removing your amendment.
Okay, withdrawing is what I proposed to say. Thank you. So I'm withdrawing my amendment. Now, does anyone else have any amendment that they would like to share at this point? I know Council Nolan, Council Grow has his hand raised, and then we'll go to the condition that Council Nolan mentioned. Go ahead, Council Grow.
I guess you brought it up, so I want to make clear. Are you you're intending not to put an amendment then that we require that the applicant clear the use of the public space?
Actually, I like that amendment. So why don't I stick to that and make a new amendment? So I move to amend to add a condition that the granting of this permit is predicated on the applicant removing the content of their materials that are currently on the paper road, and I so move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a seconded. I am going to allow Council Favaza I'm going to make an exception to our rule and allow Council Favaza to address why his hand is raised.
I appreciate that. I hear where this is going, and I understand. Obviously, the first point I would make is if the city council goes around town and looks at properties that abut schools, cemeteries, parks, if you think that dumpsters on a paper road in Condolan Road are worthy of, requiring existing business that's been using that space for 30 years to pull them off, I would suggest a lot of other properties you have to look at around town and tell people to get their boats, their swing sets, their lawns, etc., off of city property, right? That's where we're going with this. I think Hiltz is the least of your worries, because no one's complaining about not being able to use that paper road, like I said, that goes from the train track to a mountainside. Separately, if regardless that, if Hiltz is the first that you're going to start picking off, I would ask that there be some sort of reasonable time limit. As I pointed out, the site is very tight. And so there is no room for these dumpsters. We just pulled them off the road. We got rid of a bunch of dumpsters, pulled all those ones off the road, much to the ZBA and building inspector's delight. Those are now the ones that are sitting in this paper road. And so if we could put them back out into Conlin, the ZBA, chew my head off. If we put them onto the site, it'll restrict the flow of people coming in and out. There's just not enough room to get trucks around these dumpsters. So I would ask for some reasonable accommodation, 12 months minimum, because we're gonna have to find space to rent at this point to get these dumpsters. And finding space to rent probably means I have to come back and get another use permit for another piece of property to begin putting dumpster storage on that. So I can't just snap my finger and move these containers.
Okay, councilors, at this point, now that Councilor Favazza has spoken, we should be discussing this amongst ourselves. But thank you, Councilor Favazza. So I will choose Council Worthley and then Council Grow on this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So firstly, I'm of the mindset that we shouldn't allow private business to be using public property just in general, okay? But I'm actually going to vote against your amendment for a few specific reasons, and I do it with respect, but I do hope the councilors who amended this or seconded would keep an open mind. So when we look at the drawings, and again, there was no site visit, but I look at the drawings, the point that Attorney Vazza mentioned is that about half the property with that diagonal line is left pure. There's no blasting, there's no taking down of trees, and they're taking the space on a paper road. Well, the entire project was public property that we sold businesses. And if the administration is working on this and they come to the conclusion that this paper road has no public value, then I would suggest we go the other route, which is sell it, get the revenue, get the tax revenue. Again, if there's a public purpose for that paper road, 100% agree. But if we're talking about a paper road that has no purpose, we should be selling it and getting the tax revenue and not asking a local business, a family business that started from nothing to get to where they are to say, you need to remove this stuff. They shouldn't have gone there in the first place, but given where they are, the alternative is blasting and cutting trees and using the full property that they have. I'd rather we go and say, now that you're using this, we'll sell it to you and take tax revenue. But I don't think we should at this point be telling them they need to just have an incredibly expensive project to find space for these dumpsters. So I'll be voting against it. And I hope my colleagues will consider voting against it as well.
Thank you, Council Worthley. Council Grow and then Councilor O'Neill on the amendment.
On the amendment, I guess I would say is that this is not a problem that we've created. Okay, we have a unpermitted use in a general industrial area. Granted, it's exactly what it should be there, but they also have more than 2 acres of land available to them. Now, I appreciate that there's cost involved in making that property more functional for the business that has got there, but you've got over 2.5 acres now, and effectively half of it's not being used because they don't want to spend the money to develop it. So they're overflowing onto city-owned property. Now, the other option would be that they could enter into a lease agreement with the city and actually rent that space out. But I think that the intent here is that the problem's been dumped on our laps now. We've got these issues that we've got to resolve, and we're going to have to resolve them in a consistent manner. And whether or not Hiltz, the current owner, started from nothing and all this, yay, all that's good stuff. But at the end of the day, our role as a council is to look at what the ordinances say and what our job is in terms of interpreting the usage and whether or not something should be on public property. I feel a little I guess I didn't do my full job at P&D in terms of getting this resolved, but it wasn't an issue that we were made aware of at P&D. And I think that Councilor Gilman has put forward a reasonable suggestion that you know, that business shouldn't be on city property. If they can find a resolution that moves it off, or if they can rent it from the city, or some other kind of accommodation. But at the moment, what we have is we have a quarter of the business being used on public property, and I think that we need to resolve that. I'm perfectly happy to say that they have a certain period of time to get off the property, and maybe that coincides with their renovation project, that would anything future that they want to do in the future. But I can't imagine they're going to be able to put what they want there without blasting out anyway. So there's going to be
Council,
changes on that
do you want
property.
to amend my amendment with a time frame?
No, I don't think so, because I think that that's their responsibility.
Okay, I think I had said I would call on Council O'Neill, and then and then Council Memard.
Okay, so I agree with Councilor Worthley and Councilor Grow. I want to ask Council Favaza, didn't they just double their property by purchasing that second lot?
Okay, just hold on a sec. We need to suspend our rules of procedure right now by allowing Attorney Favaza to speak during our discussion on this amendment. So without objection, Councilor Favaza, you may speak.
Thank you.
That second lot was purchased back in 1994. That was the whole issue. They purchased it in 94 and they've been using it ever since. Just didn't get this permit extended over it. That's all I was hoping to be here tonight for.
Okay, so again, following up with what Councilor Worthley said, I'm all in favor of not cutting down trees, and you know, I'm all in favor of saving the trees for sure. And my idea is what Councilor Gross said. If you're not going to work, Councilor Worthley said maybe we could sell it, and I was thinking they could lease it for a small amount. I fully understand that if anyone is using a piece of property for a certain amount of time, it's hard to get them to stop using it. In other words, is it called adverse possession, that they could take it because they've been using it? So I think I've got that right. So I don't want to allow the Hiltz company to do that eventually, right? But I'm also in favor of small business. I mean, this is a tough decision. This is tough, you know? So I'm not quite sure. I would support the amendment if it gave them a long time frame. But without the amendment, I'm not sure if I would support that either. So
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make an amendment to your amendment, if we could.
Go ahead, Councilor.
To amend your amendment to allow for the applicant to enter into an agreement, or to either remove their material from public property, or enter into an agreement with the city in some sort of arrangement that allows them to keep their property legally there.
that sounds good.
I will second that. So is everyone clear right now? So Councilor Grow, do you want to explain your amendment? And
I think that the issues that we're dealing with here is that we have a conflicting issue. We want as stewards of what the city, we've got a problem that's been presented to us. The applicant wants to continue to use this property because they've always been using it, and we understand that. But that, I appreciate Attorney Favaza's indication that there are plenty of places around the city where people have encroached on public land. That does not make it right. It just makes it something that we haven't yet enforced. I want to give them the opportunity to either remove the stuff from the city property, or enter into an agreement with the city that allows them to legally be there. So whether it be a lease agreement for a certain period of time, whatever the administration decides is reasonable, I think is something that they can deal with the administration, and I'd be comfortable allowing them to do that. That could be a very nominal lease. It could be a paperwork, but it needs to be in the agreement somewhere along the line that this has been recognized and dealt with.
Council Memard on the amendment to the amendment.
I appreciate what Councillor Grow has just stated, and I think that would be a practical outcome. I'm a little leery that that's not what's before us. And I think that we may be, as a council, overstepping our bounds by trying to re-present and rejigger what's before us. And that we should really, in all due fairness to Mr. Favaza and his client, let them take it back and solve this problem in an appropriate way. I don't see us, properly legally being able to grant what he's asking tonight, what's before us, if there's a gross violation of trespass onto city land that hasn't been dealt with. I think that is a problem, and he should resolve it either as Councillor Grow has proposed. But again, my sense here is that we're overstepping our role as city councilors to an extent and trying to jigger what has been asked of us for a permit.
So let me throw out an option. I'm not saying I'm ready to do this, but an option would be is any one of us could declare 211C, which would pause our decision tonight and give the applicant an opportunity to huddle and decide how they might want to move forward, come back with a solution prior to us making this decision. It's just a thought, and I just throw that out for any counselor to consider. Counselor Grow.
I may be wrong, but I'm not sure that that's an appropriate use of 211C, because it doesn't allow for applicants to come back with new information. It only puts us back at the place we were before the 211C was enacted. It'd be better off, frankly, if they withdrew it tonight to ask to continue it to the next council.
Point of order. Councilor Gross had about 4 bites of the apple before other people have had a chance to speak.
Oh, I haven't seen hands. I'm sorry.
They're all up there. There's 3 of them up.
Okay, I'm sorry. I need a bigger screen, I think. But so let's share the floor. So who had a hand raised that I didn't call on?
Jeff, then Frank, then myself.
Okay. So on the amendment to the amendment, Council Worthley, Council Majota, and Council Gross. Council Worthley, you're frozen. Council Majota, let's go to you, and then we'll go back to Council Worthley when his Wi-Fi gets better.
Okay. He's
Council
back.
Council Worthley is back. Go ahead, Councilor. You were frozen.
Thank you. Not sure why that happened. So on the amendment to the amendment, this is Councilor Grow's amendment to see if there's something worked out in terms of a lease arrangement or purchase, whatever the administration comes back to us on. If he hadn't made this amendment, I would have. And I think it says if there's a solution, they figure it out and they come back with either owning that space or leasing that space or whatever happens. Because my mindset is we don't want to have them do blasting. We don't want them to do leveling of the trees and whatever all the problems come with that. And I think they're doing much like an open space residential design. They're leaving half of the property as open space, and we should be supporting that. I don't like the idea that they've encroached.
Your Wi-Fi is cutting out on you, Councilor Worthley. So let's continue. Go ahead.
Thank you.
We didn't hear the last minute because you were frozen again.
Sorry. I just said that I support Councilor Grove's motion, and I'd prefer that than taking down trees and wildlife and blasting and whatever consequences come with that. And I thank him for thinking of this motion.
Councilor Majota and then Councilor Gross.
Okay. Yeah, I think you Madam President, and you and Councilor Grow were sort of going where I wanted to go and seeing if that, with this information and not having a proper site visit and, not having the visual, all the information that sort of to make a good decision and listen to Councilor Faza is like, is there a way to postpone this for the next council to create a site visit so we can properly understand it, see it, and everything like that, so we can make the right decision without doing 211C or anything like that? Is there a way to postpone this to sort of see the site, to to look at it more?
So, Madam Clerk, are we in a position where someone could make a motion to continue this, this discussion until the next meeting without doing a 211C? Is that something that we could do with this? And a majority would rule that we could do that?
I believe it's within the council's right to continue any public hearing to a future date if they choose to.
Closed it.
But the public hearing is closed, so we're in the discussion phase right now. So it's kind of the same thing. I mean, without doing a 211C, do we have an option of continuing the discussion to a later meeting?
You'd have to continue it and put it under for council vote at a future meeting, I believe.
Right, that would be what it would be, but we would need to be able to rediscuss this based on what a solution might be brought forward. Do you know what so that would be the requirement.
You close the public hearing, but you're continuing the matter. It's
Right.
Done. It's just the public's input has been closed.
Exactly.
Two hands up, so.
So I'm gonna go down to Council Gross. Go ahead.
I don't know. We're voting on making a parcel of land legal. Which is, I think, on the other side of the property. Or is it? No, it's on this side. But we're not voting on we're voting on something that's within boundaries of making it legal. After that, it's up to inspectional services or whoever to enforce that. It's not our job. So I think that, we're supposed to vote on, what is it? Lot 21 and 24 and lot, so what are they?
18 and 21.
Lot 13 and whatever the other lot is. I can't see it
Lot
here on the.
13.
But anyway, we're
It's just
voting on
lot
two
13.
lots. We're not voting on which have distinct boundaries. We're not voting on the encroachment of the dumpsters onto the road. We're voting on something, very distinct. And I think we've gotten way beyond our mission here. So I'd like to just bring it back to the original, what we were supposed to be voting on, and not, these conditions that, we can make conditions inside the lot lines, but where they've already encroached is a job of other people to enforce and make them respect their boundaries, and whether they can then strike a deal with the administration, that's up to them. But that's where I see it from.
Thank you. Who else hasn't spoken on this? Any counselors wish to speak on this? Council Grow.
I think Tony makes a great point, and I think he grounded it back to where what's actually in front of us. Again, perhaps if we'd had a site visit at the time, we could have addressed this more. So that means more site visits in the future. But I agree with the sentiment of Tony that we maybe in our good intentions have run beyond our scope. But I would suggest at the end of this that the building inspector be requested to make a determination on the legality of the presence of that stuff on public property and justify it. But I agree with Tony that maybe we should go back to the original motion and with what's in front of us.
That's
also-
fair. So I will withdraw my amendment without objection.
Well, there's an amendment to the amendment, so we don't have to deal with.
Well,
the
I'll
I will withdraw my amendment to the amendment.
We're going to all withdraw. We're going
Councilor Grow, will you do the same for your amendment to the amendment?
I'm withdrawing my amendment to the
Without
amendment.
objection. Okay, so we're good. So now we're back to the original motion. Thank you. This is a good discussion, councilors. I think it's okay that we're getting through this. So we're clear on the motion that was made. Is there further discussion on the original motion that we made coming out of P&D? Any further discussion? Councilor Memard?
I would simply, I think we've had a good conversation and good discussion, and bring it back makes sense. But I still believe that when a violation comes to our attention, we should not look the other way. And there were two proposed amendments, one that they resolve the encroachment issue, and the other, Councilor Nolan made, that their clientele be required in order to be accepted to have their loads covered. And I would think that both of those could be made as conditions of the current proposal as before it.
Councilor Nolan, would you like to make?
Not amendments, but just conditions.
Would you like to bring forward any of your conditions as an amendment? Now that we're back to the main motion.
I know that we're adding a lot to the, we're combining lots as part of the thing. But we're also issuing a license to both lots. So they're looking for a license to be considered a junkyard. So it's not the fact of combining two lots. There's also a licensing issue that they're asking to be licensed or permitted to do what they've been doing. And therefore, as part of that, I believe that conditions would be appropriate as far as asking for customers to have covered loads or not receive them. It's not just combining two lots. It's also a motion to license as a junk yard for continuing what they've been doing for years, but without being permitted. So there is two parts to this. It's not just the combining of two lots to call one 19 and 21. It's to call 19 and 21 combined, but with a license to be a junk yard. So there's the case, and I believe it's very needed in the community. I just would like to have a condition where they're requested or required to have signage saying they will not take uncovered loads. And if people come in with an uncovered load, they turn them away. And that will help cut down on some of the waste that we have on the road. That is an everyday occurrence with wood flying out of trucks, shingles and stuff like that, and all over Magnolia Avenue. So I think that that's a perfect example of asking for an amendment to it, because they're looking for permitting to operate a business. It's not.
So Councilor, call the question, and we encourage you to make an amendment with the condition as you stated.
I would like to make an amendment that as part of their permit that they have signage that requires all loads to be covered and any loads that aren't covered to be turned away.
Second.
Okay, so I heard a motion made by amendment by Councilor Nolan. It was seconded by Councilor Gross. It was a condition for the signage, that there be signage required, that all loads needed to be covered, and if they were not covered, then they would be turned away. Is that, did I paraphrase that correctly, Councilor Nolan?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So on the amendment, anyone want to discuss the amendment? Councilor Worthley?
Yes, I 100%, hang on, am I muted? Okay. I 100% support Council Nolan's amendment. I think he knows the ward really well. He knows this industry really well. And I don't think it's a lot to ask of the applicant to instruct their customers to cover the load. So I'll be supporting it.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Grow.
So my understanding is this is an amendment to add conditions to the permit. I'd like to, if with a little bit of latitude, turn back to Tony and Scott both and I say, would it be appropriate to put a condition that they resolve the issue of encroachment on public property as a condition without specifying the means by which that gets done? Would that be an acceptable additional condition so that we have acknowledged the encroachment, but we allow them to deal with the city and the building inspector, whoever has to deal with it? We've just made that acknowledgement and add that as a condition to the overall permit granting. Would that be acceptable? And if so, I would like to make a motion to amend Sean's motion to amend.
Can I address that?
We need to deal with Sean's first. And then
Right. I believe we do, Counselor. That's what I was going to say. I think, you know, it's a good conversation, but conditions can be addressed independently of each other. So we have the first amendment, Counselor Nolan, it was seconded by Counselor Gross, and I repeated it. So I think we're clear. Is everyone clear on the amendment? Okay.
I'm just curious if that's not already a city ordinance or not for this kind of business activity that's just simply not being enforced. Or I mean, I think it's great to stipulate it, that it be posted that way, but it would seem to me that that would be naturally a stipulation for doing business in the city, that you have to cover your loads, but
So
no harm in putting it here.
exactly. Counselor Nolan, and then we'll take the vote.
All right, so there is city and state ordinances about covered loads. There's no ordinance about a business saying, you know, you have to cover your load. But what we have found in the past in other transfer stations in other parts of the state do have signs, you know, requesting that all loads must be covered or not accepted. And that's because of the amount of trash that builds up around the community. So it's more of an olive branch between the company and the community saying, hey, you know, if people aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing by law, they're not welcome here. So there is ordinance about covered loads. It's actually a $300 fine, more if it comes out. But the act of this is to help the company be more proactive about making sure that other people aren't just doing it, because it is something we see all the time.
Sounds excellent.
Okay. So that's helpful. Thank you. So let's vote on the amendment. Councilor Nolan's amendment, seconded by Councilor Gross. Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross?
Yes.
Councilor Grow?
Yes.
Councilor Majota?
Yes.
Councilor Memard?
Yes.
Councilor Nolan?
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara?
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill?
Yes.
Councilor Worthley? Councilor Worthley?
I said yes.
The amendment passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Now back to the main motion. However, having said that, there's a second amendment that Councilor Grow would like to make.
Okay, I'd like to move that we amend the conditions to include that the applicant will resolve the encroachment onto public property with the administration as part of the permit.
Second.
Okay, the motion was made by Councilor Grow and seconded by Councilor Memard. Again, I will suspend without objection the rules of procedure to allow Attorney Favazza to speak. Attorney Favazza, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I'm just looking to get a little clarity as to what this council would deem resolved. You know, pointing back, the plans you have on file from 1994 show the encroachment. The berm goes right over into the paper road back in 1994, got signed off by the planning board. The zoning board, the EDIC, and the building inspector are all aware of this and are all like okay with this. Previous administration's legal counsel was okay with this. So I've got a lot of okays from, you know, admin side or previous OKs. So what would this be? Would this be an MOU between, would that be sufficient if the administration and my client had a memorandum of understanding? Would it have to be a nominal, not nominal, it has to be a lease, like a proper lease? I just like to know what the parameters. I'm not saying this is a condition we can't accept. I just want to make sure that we don't go forward thinking that we're resolving this, and then you come back and say it's not what we meant by resolve this. So if I just get a little more clarification as to, if Bill Sanborn says this is okay, I mean, he's the zoning enforcement officer. This is a title issue, not a zoning issue, So it gets a little murky, and I just like to make sure that when I leave here tonight, if I'm fortunate enough to get a positive vote on this, I understand what the homework is and what level of officiality satisfies the resolve the issue standard.
Council Grow, it was your motion, so I'll let you speak to it, and then I see Council Memard and then Council O'Neill.
I think if we could get a memorandum of understanding from the administration that says that they accept the findings of the building inspector or the ZBA, that it's acceptable for the continued use of public property for private business, then that would probably be fine. At the end of the day, I think the issue that Scott brought up is that we are the ones now who've been shown that there's an issue, and we're trying to resolve this, because if these issues come up again in the future, we're going to have to resolve them in an equitable and consistent way. And turning a blind eye here and turning a blind eye there doesn't put the council's integrity, it puts the council's integrity at risk, I think, in terms of how we come to decisions. So I think if you can come up with a memorandum of understanding that states that that the administration and the zoning board of appeals and the building inspector are all fine with this. I mean, I think it'd be cleaner if you had a lease, frankly, and I don't care what the amount of money is, but it would be a defined resolution. But I wanted to leave it vague enough to give you, but if you're looking for specifics, I would like a specific document that says that the city okays your use of public property for the private business.
Just to that end, a lease requires the land disposition committee process. And so again, it would just be making sure your condition gave us sufficient leeway. I prefer not to be subject to daily fines until this is resolved. If you say I'd like a lease, which is nice but not required, that would require months of work to get a lease approved through that lengthy process to lease or sell land from the city. So I'd like the condition to say within the next, my ask would be 12 months that this be resolved with something official.
Fine. I'm not gonna hold your feet too hard to the fire. I just feel like we've had to deal with this. So say a memorandum of understanding within 12 months of the permit being granted. So it gives you a couple of extra periods of time here.
So I'm going to allow Council O'Neill and Council Memard to speak. Council O'Neill.
Yeah, I'm all for a lease and for giving the client 12 months to resolve it. But the memorandum of understanding, would that be between the administration and the client, or who would that be? Who would the entities be? Is it the administration and the client, or is it the ZBA and the client, or is it, what is it?
It would be with the administration and the client.
Okay, I think that's very fair to have a lease with a 12-month grace period to deal with the dumpsters, for sure. Thank you.
Council Memard, Council Worthley.
Yeah, just following up on that, as long as there's something, there's written documentation on file associated with this land. The administration could authorize such a documentation through the building inspector's office or whomever. That's for them to negotiate and settle. But again, as Councilor Grow just repeated, once this has come to our attention, I think we're obligated to seek to have it addressed in some proper way so that we don't just leave tracks of mud behind us, but have somehow cleared up prior indiscretion or prior taking a blind eye on problems like this. One small step towards cleaning up Condon Road.
Council Worthley, your hand was raised.
So I support what we're doing here. I think from a process standpoint, Council Grow just can make a friendly amendment that doesn't need to be voted on to his own amendment. I'm just trying to cross our T's.
I'll clarify my amendment. My amendment that we condition approval of the permit on the resolution of the private use of public land through a memorandum of understanding with the administration that codifies an agreement that allows the applicant to continue using it or to clear the land. Is that fair, Joel? Does that work for you? I'm not a lawyer. Okay, good. Excellent.
So Councilor Grow, can you withdraw your first amendment and just make this last one the one that you want us to vote on?
Well, I'll withdraw the First Amendment and add and make this motion. The motion would be to condition the approval of the permit on the resolution of the public property being used by a private entity through a memorandum of understanding that codifies the agreement with the administration.
12 months.
Within 12 months.
12 months. Within 12 months of the.
So Councilor Grow has just specifically made his amendment. Is there a second on this amendment?
Second.
Councilor Memard. Is there discussion on this second condition? Seeing none, I think we're ready to vote. Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross.
Yes.
Councilor Grow.
Yes.
Councilor Majota.
Yes.
Councilor Memard.
Yes, and I really do appreciate our attention to this.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara.
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
The second amendment passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed. So now we're back to the original motion with the 2 new conditions. Any questions, councilors, on what we're going to vote on? Is there further discussion on the totality of the amendment? I see no hands. I think we're ready to vote. Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross?
Yes.
Councilor Grow?
Yes.
Councilor Majota?
Yes.
Councilor Memard?
Yes.
Councilor Nolan?
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara?
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill?
Yes.
Councilor Worthley?
Yes.
The special council permit passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
That was so easy.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you, Joel. And thank you all. I would suggest right now that I'd like to make a motion to take a 5-minute recess.
No.
Is there a second? No?
No.
Okay.
We've been here almost 4 hours.
All right. I'm
Let's
fine.
cancel a couple of agenda items.
Are you joking though, Councilor Gross?
No, he wants to go to bed. Let's go.
All right. That's fine. That's fine. I was just empathizing because the last times we've had meetings, someone has needed to take a break. But if it's going to be a strong no and without objection, everybody agrees with Councilor Gross, let's continue our meeting. So next order of business is Madam Clerk, would you state our next order of business? Thank you.
It's for council vote, the decision to adopt SCP 2022-003, East Main Street, number 115, map 59, lot 77, GZO section 2.3.49, restaurant with outdoor seating or with takeout constituting more than 20% of total business or both, and section 5.18, Marine Industrial District, for a restaurant with outdoor seating in the MI district.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Second.
Motion to adopt was made by Councilor Grow and seconded by Councilor Worthley. Is there a discussion, councilors?
Are we sure there are no regrets?
There's always regrets, Scott.
Further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Counselor Gilman, yes. Counselor Gross,
Yes.
Counselor Grow,
Yes.
Counselor Majota,
Yes.
Counselor Memard,
Yes.
Counselor Nolan,
Yes.
Counselor O'Hara,
Yes.
Counselor O'Neill, Counselor O'Neill,
Yes.
thank you. Counselor Worthley.
Yes.
The yeses have it, and the motion to adopt, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Individual counselors' discussion, including reports by appointed counselors to committees. The first item is Chapter 92 of the Acts of 2022 regarding changes in election laws and its impact to the city clerk's office staffing.
Grace, and I would love you to present this if you would, as the person that oversees the clerk's office on tonight's call.
Sure. The city clerk, Joanne Sinos, requested that I provide you with an update as she couldn't attend this meeting. On June 22nd of this year, the governor signed into law Chapter 92 of the Acts of 2022, also known as the Votes Act, which imposes drastic changes to the city clerk's office election workload. As that bill worked its way through the legislature, it became clear that the changes to the law would make the temporary changes to voting that happened in 2020 permanent going forward. In May, the city clerk, myself, the council president, the HR director, and the chief administrative officer met to discuss the need for a part-time elections aide in the city clerk's office to assist us with elections and other related overflow work that will result from these changes. Unfortunately, our request was too late to be entered into the FY23 budget, but the administration is in agreement that the city clerk's office needs additional staff support in order to comply with these new changes. And this has been approved. The part-time position has been approved, as well as the job description, but we are still waiting for a funding source. And we're hoping to get this position posted and filled as soon as possible, because it's going to get really crazy once the applications get mailed out by the state to every single registered voter in the city of Gloucester. And that will happen in late July.
So counselors, we wanted to just give you a heads up in terms of what this was, and just so that there are no surprises. And the administration has assured us that they're working hard to find a funding source. And as soon as that happens, the clerk's office will move in concert with the HR department to get this posted and to look for qualified candidates. So, Grace, do you have anything to add before we accept questions from counselors?
I just think it's important to know that I'll highlight some of the changes that will impact the office. As I said, vote by mail applications are being mailed to every registered voter before every regular state primary, state election, and presidential primary. And we have about 22,000 registered voters in the city of Gloucester. In 2020, I believe we processed 18,000 applications. And that's all manual entry into the system. They have extended the in-person early voting requirement. Municipal elections, there is an opt-out option for that, but all other elections, there will be mandatory early voting. And another thing that has come up is in 2023, there's going to be mandatory automatic voter registration at the RMV. So right now, when you go to the RMV, you have the option to opt out of registering to vote. That will no longer happen. So if any of you are currently registered to vote and you go to the registry, you're going to be registered as a duplicate and we're going to have to reject you. Anyone who chooses or doesn't want to be registered to vote is going to get registered anyway, and then they'll have to follow up and be removed as a voter. So what that does is just adds a big burden on our office on the daily voter registration queue that we have to process. And on top of that, the deadline to register to vote has been moved from 20 days prior to an election to 10 days prior to an election. So we're getting more work and less time to get it done.
So it's another unfunded mandate in some ways, right, Grace?
It is.
So Council Grow, and are there any other hands up for questions? Council Grow.
Two questions. One, do we have a dollar figure on what the estimated cost of this and the additional mailings and all the associated costs with this? And secondly, you know, this, I would have initially said maybe we should sort of front this out of the council budget, pay for it, and then request a supplemental appropriation from the administration to backfill our needs in terms of the funding of the office. But it seems to me that this is, as you said, an unfunded mandate. We're required to do this. We have to pick up the cost. I don't understand why the administration doesn't say, fine, we'll make a supplemental appropriation out of free cash to cover it this year, and then we'll fix it into the budget next year moving forward, because we can't not do this. And it's not that, I mean, while the council and the city clerk's office is responsible for the elections, ultimately it sits on his desk. So I would say that we go back to the administration and say, we need the following amount of money appropriated to the clerk's office to cover this cost, because we're legally required to provide the service. And I can't think of a justification not to attach, you know, $50,000 out of free cash to cover it this year.
It's actually only 25,000 that we're asking for because it's part-time, 18 and a half hours.
Does that account for all the costs of the mailings and everything else? Because
Grace, I'll let you answer that.
That amount is just for the position itself. All of the rejection notices and acknowledgement notices that we'll have to send out will be on our dime. The state does do postage prepaid envelopes, at least for this election. So when the ballots are mailed, well, we have to pay for that, but the voters don't have to pay to return. But yeah, it's very expensive. I don't have an exact number though.
Council Gross.
Grace, didn't I hear you say that the administration was amenable to funding this? They just haven't identified the funding source yet?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And was there in any of this legislation, because we do get reimbursed somewhat for poll workers and things, was there anything in the legislation that would add to that reimbursement for?
I'm aware of. It could be in there. I haven't seen it, but I don't have it.
And I find it really irresponsible that they just automatically register everybody who gets a license without asking them. That's just absurd.
Yeah, you no longer have a choice.
Well, I mean, having a choice is one thing, but but double registering people, you know, having a mechanism that automatically double registers people seems kind of absurd.
Yeah, we have to pull the duplicates. It's a lot of work since this came out in 2016.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is just a heads up, and Council Worthley has his hand raised. Go ahead.
Just want to say firstly, Ms. Poirier, that I think all of us are going to continue to support the work that your office does, especially around election times. There's never been concerns or problems, and so we know how overwhelmed the office already is. To add this on there is an incredible burden. To Councilor Grove's point, asking the administration to fund it from free cash, I think procedurally they have 3 days left to use free cash. It falls to state certification in July 15th. Yes. Kenny Costa said that the same thing in our last budget and finance meeting. If they don't spend it or encumber it by July 15th, it falls to free cash for.
Yeah, we're dealing with last year's free cash right now, not this year's.
Yeah. Right. Last year's free cash needs to be spent in 3 days or encumbered in 3 days.
We have free cash available to us to use. That's the point.
Oh.
I do want to just clarify my comment about the automatic voter registration. There is a possibility that the state will have a mechanism in the system that will prevent, for example, myself from being registered So I can't say for 100% positivity that if a registered voter goes to the registry, that they will be double registered. So I just want to make that clear. There might be a mechanism to prevent that. As it is right now, if I go to the registry as a registered voter and I say, yeah, I want to apply, I want to register to vote, my name is going to go in the queue and it's going to be flagged as a duplicate. And I would get rejected and sent a rejection notice. I wanted to be clear that it doesn't automatically mean there's double registration, because on our end, we're doing what we're supposed to do and deleting those duplicates.
Yeah. No, I knew that, but it just.
This sure is in Texas.
So, I mean, I think the message is, I mean, personally, I have a difficult time asking for us to fund a position, which is an ongoing position, with one-time money, which is free cash. I think that's exactly what we don't want to do. And even though I think that there's a hurry up right now to get this approved from administration, I'd rather go back to administration tomorrow morning and just say, this council really wants you to find this money now, if you would, because we need to get this posted. It's difficult enough to find help these days, and we want to get this done so it's in place prior to the September work that has to be done for the September election, right? So without objection, counselors, if we can make that message back, and but I'm grateful that Grace and Joanne have been proactive with this extra workload, and that we've had 2 meetings already with HR and come up with a job description and all the details. And we just wanted to be open with all of you in terms of this, and because it's something that happened after the budget and it's important. That's why we put it on the agenda tonight. Councilor Gross.
I'm confused, and maybe it's the hour and my age, but I didn't hear that the administration said they wouldn't fund it.
Oh, no, they will. They will. They're just asking.
From the conversations that are going on here, it sounds like, we have to strong arm them to find the money when they've already said they would.
Oh, no, no, not at all.
That's what you just said. So
oh, no, they said that they will fund it. I'm just saying that I'm getting a feeling that there's an urgent.
Make that clear. Thank you.
Okay. Any further comments, councilors, on this matter?
Nope.
Okay, seeing none. So the last item is, Madam Clerk, last item on the agenda. Go ahead. I jumped ahead.
That is the 6-month assessment of City Council legislative results, including a discussion of strong points and areas for improvement.
So, councilors, I would suggest that we defer this to our next meeting. I think it's something that requires fresh minds, and it's been a longer meeting than we thought, although I think it was very beneficial in many ways. So, without objection, I'd like to discuss this at our next meeting. Any objections? Seeing none. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Council's request to the mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Councilor Gross. I'm glad you're on your toes tonight. Appreciate it. So are there any council requests to the mayor? Councilor Gross.
No.
Councilor Grow.
No.
Councilor Majota.
Yeah, yes, one. Just one, if there's a way to get covering over some of the parks, going to stage 4 or, any of the parks, when it comes to like noon time, it is hot as anything for the parks, and they sort of empty out because there's no shaded area. And you go to many parks around other areas, and they have those big shade coverings over them, like the one that's right in front of the library, or for example. So just to find a way to get covers, to cover some of the parks so kids can play between the hours of 12 and 3, or because without them, it is just brutally hot and you just choose not to go to the park because of the heat.
Thank you. And that's a good example of one-time money, right? Something, so we'll,
Lots of used sales in town.
yeah, exactly. Council Memard.
For the mayor and for the council as a whole, in case you hadn't heard, we had a successful abutters project for Brightside and Beach, and people contribute, about 30 people out of the 100 abutters contributed a total of $6,000. One of our neighbors negotiated with a Methuen paver, and they came in and did all the potholes last Thursday, and it'll get us through. It's a much easier ride and much less hazardous. We hope that this is just a preamble to finally getting the petition signatures for betterment paving and working with the city to get the infrastructure improved, but that'll be a year or two away. And people have been quite daunted by the betterment petition process, particularly on Brightside, and getting the necessary signatures. It's not easy. And I don't know if having paved the potholes is going to make it harder again for us, but the neighbors did step up to paving this road, which is these two roads which are used heavily by everybody else. So it's an important example of collaboration and the need to probably improve upon this private road paving process.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Nolan.
Basically, thank the administration, the DPW, for all the crosswalks that have been done. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Councilor O'Hara.
Thank you, nothing.
Councilor O'Neill.
Yes, thank you. I would like to request through the mayor's office to ask the DPW if we could get the trash receptacles, get some trash receptacles on Rogers Street. As one of my constituents requested from Turtle Alley, the owner of Turtle Alley. That would be great because there is trash on Rogers Street and I think that would help. Second request is to fill the potholes on Green Street and Perkins Street. I understand that those two streets will be paved, but in the meantime, the potholes are like 4 inches deep. So if we could get some of those filled, that would be great. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Worthley.
Yes, thank you. So I had a lot, but in the interest of time, I'll email them directly to the mayor's office. But I had a long list here. But there's one I want to draw attention to. So firstly, like Councilor Nolan said, I'm thrilled to see all the crosswalks painted. But Councilor Gilman, Ann O'Neill, and I had submitted a request in January to move a crosswalk that's in front of Our Lady's Good Voyage Church. I saw someone in a handicapped wheelchair trying to go up over a curb cut. My initial thought was, let's put a curb cut there. Then Father Jim said, no, we don't want a crosswalk where hearses go, move it to where the ramp is. And we've requested this 5 times. The mayor asked Bob Ryan to do an overall review. He said he doesn't do crosswalks, but he said he liked the idea of moving the crosswalk. And then the old one got painted this week. So it's sort of, it's unfortunate that 7 months of making the same request, we can't have some action on it, but I'm also thrilled we have all the other crosswalks done. So I don't know what we do. How do we make that kind of change? It's a crosswalk without a ramp. I'm just sort of frustrated. And if anybody has an idea, how do we move a crosswalk to where a wheelchair ramp is, please join us in this request. And then I have a bunch of others, but I'll email them. And I thought tonight's dialogue was actually very helpful. It was a long meeting, but it was well done.
Great, thank you. And I have nothing to add. So thank you, everyone. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
I think it was Councilor Memard, seconded by Councilor Nolan. Roll call vote. Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross?
Yes.
Councilor Grow?
Yes.
Councilor Majota?
Yes.
Councilor Memard?
Yes, and good night.
Councilor Nolan?
Yes, and everybody have a great night.
Counsel O'Hara,
Yes.
Counsel O'Neill,
Yes.
Counsel Worthley.
Yes, and thank you.
The motion is, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, Grace, for.
Night, everybody. Thank you, Grace.
Thank you, Grace. Good night, everyone.
Good night,
Good night.
everyone.